Hello and welcome back, everyone. Oh man, is this the first time in a while that we've managed to start a stream without our echo? I think it.
Hello
Oh no!
and
Welcome back. Damn it! Son of a bizzle. I thought I muted it. I didn't mute it. But we are going to be here playing United Belgium or United Netherlands. Yuck. We started out as Belgium. Now we're here. We could never avoid the Netherlands. Truly, even starting out as Belgium, you become the United Netherlands. You should become the United Belgium. That'd be so much funnier, right? Because just like, okay. But we are playing with two mods here, part of our kind of mod trial little session that we are having with the upcoming Sphere of Influence. Wanted to try out a bunch of mods, see what we like, see what's good. Kind of liking the two mods we're using right now, which is, number one, the Better Politics mod. Although my evaluation of this is like that I have like too small a sample size to really know what is possible in terms of min-max, but overall it creates a bunch of more the interest groups. The interest groups are kind of separated into two categories: ideological ones, which are the colorful ones, and institutional ones, which are these gray ones. They have much smaller bonuses, and overall the political system is a lot more smooth, and I do like the political rigidity mechanic, which makes it easier or harder to pass laws, while simultaneously giving you a bunch of malices if you are not between this 33 to 36 figure. If your rigidity is too low, you get minus enacting time, so it's easier to pass laws to help improve that rigidity, but you get this massive state constructions malice as well as radicals. And then if you're stagnant, it's very difficult for you to pass laws, or it takes forever. We are stagnant right now, so it's taking us forever to pass laws, but other than that, there's not really anything bad going on for you. And so I think in theory, what you're doing is you're trying to get the laws you want in place and then get stagnant, baby. Hey, Charles. How you doing? I read the FIRT that you put in there instead of the first as flirt, and I was like, man, that's the most aggressive anyone's ever told me to flirt. No EU4 winds of change. I suppose we could do this, but Saturday's always been our kind of dedicated Victoria 3, like no matter what day. And I think that overall, if we were to pull it, people would prefer Victoria 3 still. I mean, if everyone, we could pull it, and if people really, really wanted to see EU4, I suppose we could swap, but I think that that's very unlikely. The second mod we are playing with is More Unique Companies mod, of which this is one of them that we're using here. This is a really strong one. Overall, I think the balance on it is pretty good. There's a couple of companies that stand out as maybe being like a little too overtuned, but they also raked back the most overtuned vanilla company to actually be reasonable. So overall, it's probably a bit of a push in regards to doing stuff. There's a few modifiers that we don't see in vanilla, like urban center building throughput. I think that modifier is very strong. We don't see that in vanilla. What do we need to do this? We need to get Lujan into incorporated. Where is Lujan exactly? If we press G, we can go to, right? Is that how that works? No. Okay. There's, you know, a lot of interesting new companies here. More urban center building throughput here in Siam Electricity Company. What do we need to do this one? We might be able to do this. Bangkok is incorporated. We are incorporating it, and so maybe at some point we put this in for the urban center throughput. Railway companies in general, I think, are very strong, but there's a lot more unique companies, although that one is kind of operating more in the background, although we are using this company that we are using seems really strong. I think this is probably better than any vanilla company. And there's maybe 5 to 6 companies that are better than any vanilla company out of the like 280 companies that get added. Bro, I gotta try the New Netherlands. It's awesome. What do you mean? The New Netherlands? Like a mod, the New Netherlands? So that's kind of what we're doing in terms of the macro perspective. In terms of the goal, I would really like to subjugate the German Empire, because if we subjugate the German Empire, then we can form Central Europe, which is kind of what we want to do. We have possible formation on Central Europe, but we would need to find a way to subjugate or break up the German Empire. And we were coming up with a little bit of a plan. And that plan was, we need to release Hanover, Brunswick, and Saxony, all from Germany. And if we release these 3 from Germany, what will happen is it will literally cut the German Empire in half, and half their market will have no access, and this will cause them to rev and decline. And so that is going to maybe be like the 30 to 40 year plan, is if we release these, we might be able to get them to rev enough times while maintaining good relations with them that we can eventually yo-yo sway in such a way that we can get them into our market, something like this. Right now, as in right now, we do not have a really big enough military for this to be kind of a doable thing, I think. And so we won't be doing it quite yet. But we maybe want to get some things in place and kind of get ready for being able to do this. So that's kind of where we're at, where we're going. I think we'll kick down the speed and we'll take a little bit of an unpause and we'll see the stuff. No, the mission tree? Oh, I haven't played since Leviathan. I would play super bad in EU4, but I suppose we could make the stream title should we swap to EU4, or we could put that in there. And if a lot of people agitate for it, because Winds of Change have come out, we could maybe make a little bit of a pivot. I would have to subscribe to the thing. I do not get sent like all the content, so I'd have to subscribe to the. Oh, we would maybe want to get involved in this, huh? I think we just. Oh, we are involved in this. Okay, we've decided that. I don't know what we went for. We're probably just going to capitulate out immediately, but I think we are maybe trying to... I mean, if we sat on the other side, we can't get decked on. Women's suffrage will be nice. Dutch Guyana pipeline. Guyana is going to be a place that's actually hard to get infrastructure a little bit, and is going to be a place with a lot of resources. And so, increasingly, I pay more attention to this event. But we're going to actually pay, because I think that before I was just kind of frivolously paying for more, when in a lot of places you get way more than enough infrastructure, but I think that this is going to be a place, well, actually, well, 200 is pretty cheap, so we'll pay the iron price. We'll also do some of this. By the way, why is Belgium so strong? Well, so they start with tier 1 tech. And they also have Wallonia, which allows them to build tall really, really effectively. But also starting with tier 1 tech is not an inconsequential thing. You could ask for become subject from Hejaz. If I recall correctly, no oil appears here, so that's really not a big deal, and we might not even want them as a subject. So I think that we could just peel off an obligation from Egypt, and that this would be fine. There's maybe a world... They refuse our offer of support. But yeah, Belgium as the AI does really well, but I think them only having 2 states is an advantage for the AI, because the AI will build... is more likely to build vertically integrated in Wallonia if they only have 2 states to choose from. And so they're really not negatively affected by MAPI in the same way a lot of other countries are. Alright, we'll just capitulate out of this, because we don't care. Well, actually, we'll keep it longer for improving relations with them, but... And here we are pushing, I think, reduce autonomy on Siam. Zoe comes in. Love your videos. Greetings from the train and through France. Oh, big nice. Bro, let's see if we can find a train in France. I do love the nighttime thing. The day-night cycle. I don't see any trains in France, though. Oh, there we go. The choo-choo. No, wait. I missed it. Looks like they don't have a lot of railroads. Some wee-woos outside. You'll only catch me if you form HRE Charlemagne style. Yeah, the real HRE. Show me the real HRE dot meme. Scottish mass migration. We can maybe yo-yo sway towards Egypt here if we manage to enforce on Siam. And capitulate out here, arming the natives. They do be armed sometimes. You watch any Eurovision? I have not. I heard that there was a little bit of controversy, though. Because the news likes to report on controversy. I don't know how controversial the controversy is. Ooh, we see a very rare opportunity to yo-yo sway Russia. Russia is one of the GPs that's actually, you're not going to get a lot of yo-yo sway opportunities on. You get a lot on the UK, but not on Russia. We should have had more war goals in there. That was definitely a mistake. So we'll declare neutrality here, because we don't really care about, I mean, I suppose we could just check and see if we could become subject from Egypt. But even if we could become subject from Egypt, Egypt's a little underwhelming, my guys. I suppose we could take a look. No, we can't. So, we're just going to declare neutrality here. And not give it a tick. And then we will probably try and yo-yo sway in on this Russia play. They're not a rival, but gold depleted in Guyana, big nice. We'll just put a gold at the front of the queue there. Do we have some obligations? Yeah, we do. We could also take on their debt. They are, I think, bankrolling us. So let's see if we can get Guyana here from them for free. No, it doesn't look like we can. Oh, there. Oh, we don't have an obligation. You haven't watched it either, but I saw some protesters. Yeah. So, yeah. That's all I've heard of it. I don't follow music super close. I think relative to average person, I'm less interested in what's going on in the music world. So I would not be a good source of information on that. Alright, so maybe let's first max out our Florida Man army. Maximum Florida Men here. Oh, it's gotten so much bigger since we last did this. Okay. And then, including Wallonia, and how did these places not have guys assigned? Well, I think that maybe we even want a different army, a different conscription army for the home guys. But they got unassigned. I know why they got unassigned. They got unassigned because we had a rev and we didn't reassign them. Okay, so let's do that now. And we'll call this the home army. Which we would actually want to mobilize a whole lot less. And so let's from each of them take like half. And then put in the rest on this. I know we have a few provinces that are not included there that should. But so we do have now a, what is this? Close to 900-ish, it looks like. Plus an additional 200 for 1100 level of conscripts. So we could just become subject. From this Finnish rev. So that's not bad. I'm not sure we win the fight against Russia, is one of the things. But I think we could sway. Let's maybe save in case something weird happens. Because we have to time it properly, too. Because I think Russia will put in war goals against us, and we do not want to, if we're unpaused, we maybe execute that wrong in terms of clicking. But we could ask for become subject. I think we actually have to not ask for that. I think we have to just see what the yo-yo looks like. We could ask for bankroll from Russia. Transfer Serbia. Transfer Alaska. I think a bankroll is probably worth more than Alaska, but Greater Poland. That's kind of a funny one. Transfer states. They wouldn't take obligations, so we'll just take a bankroll from them. Give them nothing, take from them everything. Then they say, cool. Belgians are already the Florida men of the low counties. For whatever reason, I'm like, I find the Belgian-Netherlands conflict between peoples amusing, or more amusing than I should. And it's probably because I know nothing about the conflict between Belgians and the Netherlands. What's there's an Austin Powers quote that often gets, like, people always cite on the Discord. There's two things I hate. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch. How do you get Austria as Belgium? You just be really handsome and good at the game. Yeah. This is how you do it. Step 1, be handsome. Step 2, be good at the game. It's important to do it in that order. It doesn't work if you do it in the reverse order. Sequencing matters. The way you do it is you bankroll them until they decay into nothingness, and then you yo-yo sway. So you actually do what we just, I don't know how long you've been watching, but you do what you just did here, where you go, you support something, like we supported a rev against Austria, and then you swap to the other side for a bankroll. That bankroll will squeeze all the wealth out of the country. They'll delete the army, they'll go bankrupt, they'll decay from being a great power while simultaneously improving relations with you really high. And then, once they've been squeezed into the dirt, into nothingness, they'll come crawling to you for more assistance, and you demand that they become a subject. And then that's how you do it. So we would love to get this sort of thing on the German Empire, but in order to force that, our plan is to go for Hanover, Brunswick, and Saxony releases at some point. And if we do that, we think that maybe we can get something done. We're bankrolling so that we don't have that happen. Why are we bankrolling here? Okay. I think we're trying to get them into our market. Alright, alright, alright. I see you. Let's see if we can get trade agreements. We would love to have more float. I don't think we have rivals that we could really make, though. So, rivals that we can make that we would want to make. I suppose we could rival Russia now that they're bankrolling us, but I think we want to get good relations with them, so. I see, that's hilarious. You could topple an empire that way. Yeah, they have to. Another big part of it is Austria is a bit easier because Austria can't build a big navy. So, Austria is going to be easier than a country like the UK. Like, the UK is very hard to do that, too. France is also a lot harder. Because they have to be, in order for you to demand that they become your subject, they have to be a minor power. And it's difficult to decay, you know, someone who has a huge navy down into that. It's very difficult. What are we researching? Corporate governments? Oh, yeah, baby. We're gonna get to decide on a new company. Oh, are we supposed to swap? What's going on here? So, we were supposed to swap to Zeppelins. We were supposed to swap to something else. Now it's at 0 days. But the idea is, after we finish this, we go this into Zeppelins. So we did make a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a boo-boo, a little bit of a happy accident, because I forgot that we were executing this. But every time you finish, if you look at the tech price, you'll see innovation, the base cost, and the penalty for unresearched. That penalty from unresearched will get cut in half when this finishes, and so that means Zeppelins, we will finish this in 8 to 12 weeks, and then the penalty that we are currently experiencing here, which is 7,500, will decrease to 3,000 whatever, and so then we will basically be almost done with Zeppelins, and so we'll get Zeppelins shortly thereafter. We were supposed to do that after we had gotten corporate governance to only needing 3,700, so that was the idea. WTF, you just played Belgium into the United Netherlands with better politic mods like 3 days ago? Well, we started our run first, so I would insist that you're copying us, yeah. Didn't you do that to USA not too long ago? Yeah, but not this early in the game. It's only 1884. In the USA run, we did it, like, around 1900. A little early. We could do the Compagnie du Congo, which is a very strong company. Okay, so that would be a vanilla company. We could, but it's very on theme for us. We don't have a wood company. We already have an iron company. We already have a really good iron company. We don't have a lead company. We don't have a sulfur company. Oh, we do have a sulfur company. Oh, we have coal and sulfur, so we don't have a lead. Lead would be nice to get. Let's see, what else would be nice? I suppose lead is kind of the one. We could take a look at our buildings. We have a lot of furniture. And furniture in the queue. We do have a lot of explosives. We could try exporting explosives as well. To create more demand for sulfur. Yeah, so maybe explosives, and we already have this company for the fertilizer, and we have this company giving more fertilizer throughput, so maybe we could actually just blast on the explosives here, which would give even more throughput, and just look to export explosives to everyone. It's kind of an interesting one. I don't think it's good enough, but why can we do this when we don't even have power plants? Oh, we do have power plants researched. Okay. I mean, as far as power plant go, this is a decent bonus, but I think we'll stay off of it. This one's an interesting one. Iron mines and steel mills throughput. Steamship company. Big nice. I forget what throughput gives to trade centers. I think it just, let's look at the output. I think it increases migration attraction, though. Percentage. That's actually pretty nice. But increasing that by a quarter, 8% migration attraction, it gives you more trade revenue. Does it give you more trade revenue for free? Is that a free money modifier? I wish I knew how that worked. Oh, this is an unscaled modifier, so I think it doesn't go up. I wish I knew how that worked, man. It might also be hard to maintain a throughput bonus. Shipyards actually are pretty productive, so maybe it wouldn't. How does that work? I think that they don't have stuff in vanilla that gives it. I mean, we could slot it into check. I'm kind of into slotting it into check. I'm not, which would make trade way more valuable, just running trade, because, if this is a free money modifier, right, and we just get to increase our trade revenue by 25% without actually doing anything, then that'd be interesting. Also, just more urbanization, like a bunch of free urbanization. I guess this place can't deploy up anyway, so maybe it's not too big a deal. But it's super. I mean, it's so you know, we're gonna save, but I want to see exactly how this works. But I think that even if it works the way I'm thinking it does, that we still might want the rubber and the Congo company. Also, the Congo company is more on theme. But I do want to see how this one works in regards to the trade centers. So throughput's increasing to 10%. Or so right now trade revenues at 72, urbanization at 128.5. 72, 128.5. And 75, 1285. So it just increases the revenue. Interesting. You know, I think that's not good enough for the slot. I don't think it's worth the slot, but that is interesting how that works. Because I think that's a free money modifier, which is... Those are strong. And in theory, if there was a company that had something other than shipyards attached to it, we would be interested in that type of thing. I think we might get more free money by just increasing the minting on the gold that we have, though. Not the Belgians in the Congo, anything but that, says Dante. I got some bad news, my friend. I think it's time for Belgians in the Congo. I mean, we could take a look at maybe trying to do another company. So these are attainable companies here. The Antofagasta company is good, but we already have a railroad company. We already have this company. Or sorry, we already have sulfur and railroad. But we could look into getting one of these. We do not have a lead company, so that makes this company a little bit attractive. The Empresas Electricias Asociadas has been a company that we have used quite a lot in a lot of our runs. We could do it. I think that Lima is incorporated. We would just need to build the power plants there. We do that almost every run, though. We use that. But, oh, there was something I wanted to check. I wanted to check the military interest modifier. Yeah, military goods cost. I thought that modifier was a little too extreme. Especially in the late game. Plus 25% military goods cost is really backbreaking. The developer in an AMA asked me about balance, and that was the only thing that I saw that I thought was like a little crazy. Although I guess we could take a closer look at all the modifiers, because all of these companies, all of the institutional companies, not the ideological ones, or not companies, organizations give you they give you malices, but that malice in particular seemed a little bit extreme. Because if we're not paying a lot in military goods now, but if you get into the really late game, you end up paying really a lot. We might do the Belgians in Congo. You hate to see it. This gives power plants throughput. Lujan needs to have some stuff. Extra migration attraction. One of the things is it's hard to get productivity on the food industries. Oh, we were interested in this company, but I think it requires okay, we have to incorporate Bangkok. I don't know how... We are incorporating it currently, but this actually is a company I'd be interested in. But I think it's super far from incorporation, so we're not going to take too close a look. We're going to look after, but... This is an interesting one. The thing is, we already have a really good tool company, but if you didn't have a good tool company, that one would probably be usable. Minting and migration attraction and coal. Cape Colony. Oil rigs up to 5. That actually seems not too bad. That actually seems pretty good. Colony growth speed and migration attraction. I don't know how useful colony growth speed is to us at this point. I also don't know how much oil's been discovered in Northern Cape, if that's maybe something we could do. Minting and migration attractions better than the colony growth speed. Migration attraction. So let's take a look at, was it Cape Colony or Northern Cape? Well, we don't see oil in either one of these, although we do see Northern Cape's not incorporated and we want to incorporate it, so we'll do that. I think we're also incorporating Bangkok, but we're 12 years off. So I think that the two companies we are interested in aren't really going to be potential. I do think that that oil and coal company we would rather have over Wallonia Premium Minerals, though. And then maybe we slot in the Antofagasta company to pick up the sulfur. But that's going to be something down the line. For now, we'll exploit the Congo. That'll make everyone happy. Big dice. It's our war, so we can't sway into it. We're out of it. Rhinish Free State. Excuse you. Pretty sure they could put down that rebellion themselves. I think we'll mobilize this army, though, and send it over there. This is our defensive stack, just in case something weird happens, but I'm pretty sure they put down that Rhinish Rev themselves. But the Confederation of the Rhine is just going to kind of have problems. I don't know if they're still paying us a bankroll. No, they're not. They're paying us money, though. But I think they do they have the bankruptcy modifier? Yeah, they still have the bankruptcy modifier. It's going away, so they're kind of recovering here. We had to beat them up to subjugate them. Now we kind of want them to be strong again. Make the Confederation of the Rhine great again. Confederation of the Rhine normally... Confederation of the Rhine, of course, is down here, while, you know, the Rhineland is United Netherlands. It's the Confederation of the Rhine in a different sense. The Rhine made this confederation. It's not geographically located in the Rhine, but the Rhine owns it. It all plays out perfect. Looking pretty good on pops and GDP. So we shouldn't have, this is kind of something we're starting to realize, is we shouldn't have reduced autonomy on Argentina this low, because then we get in charge of this war. And if we weren't in charge of this war, we could keep reverse swaying into it. It's not too big a deal, but we also, it reduces our reverse sway opportunities. We'll just give them promo. Okay, now we're making massive amounts of money because we're getting all that money from Russia. So we gotta think where is it cheap? Or where do we have peasants? Alright, so I think La Paz is gonna make sense. Cajamara and Tarapacá. Cajamara. Where's Tarapacá? Is there iron here? No, kind of everything but iron. Ica already has some construction sectors. We'll add another one. Yeah, they're kind of already going. Well, I think we're going to start using labor-saving PMs in these areas. Actually, we have... Let's just swap all the steel to labor-saving, because I don't think we're building steel in any place that we're not having construction. Really. Or not too many places. And same thing with engines. Now the problem is we actually probably in Wallonia had this on rotary valve. I guess maybe not. We want it on rotary valve though here. As well as here. Seven days on the tech, and then why don't we watch this, because we talked about it a little bit earlier. We have 7 days on the tech. You see that we have this big progress bar here. This progress bar is going to go down significantly in size once we research it, or the amount we need, because it's based on, it's getting a malice from 2 techs that we have yet to be researched in the previous tier, and this will go away. And then we have 0 days left on Zeppelins. So that's what we should have done. Instead of finishing corporate governance, we were supposed to swap back to the finishing the tech when we had exactly 3750 left to be researched on both of these. But now we get the mappy. First you get the mappy, then you get the money, then you get the power. So we could push for tier 5 techs in a weird way. I think that we currently don't have a good sink for oil. Very attractive to go for steam turbine though here, because we already have the progress on it. But let's take a look here what we could maybe do. I mean, we could just go for trench, kind of lock in a little bit of power here for ourselves, and maybe with trench warfare we would have a chance against Germany. I think we would need a little bit more than trench, to be honest. Modern nursing is going to be nice. So I think we do want to go for a production tech. I just don't know which one we want. I guess steam turbine's it. Kind of do want plastics here, though. And plastics is going to make us get reinforced concrete. Reinforced concrete's actually pretty good for us. We actually would like construction throughput because we have good places to build construction, but not enough of them, and we want to add more construction. So I think I like plastics. Going for plastics, but going for the concrete one first. I think that we also, since we have the rubber company, let's make sure that we're auto-producing rubber everywhere that we can. We want to maximize our exploitation of the Congo. And we're going to make sure that we have everything on auto-expand in the rubber as well. And then let's see if we can maybe export a little bit of rubber. To keep that going, to make use of our company bonus. I think that we don't keep this company for forever, but yeah, we can export to the Rhinish Free State some rubber. Export to our enemy, really, on a very, very temporary basis. I suppose that's maybe kind of silly. German market, we can export a lot of steel to. Are we exporting wood? We don't want to put in too much export routes or too much trade routes, because it's going to cause lag. But also, the tools do prop up our economy. They do be propping up, and we can export fertilizer as well. They're antagonistic. Big sad. Is that because we shenanigans them? Maybe. Russia's about to win this war. No surprise there. Colonization of the Congo is completed, thank God. We haven't cut off Great Britain yet. Once we do, we're going to decrease our institution size. Lithuanian people are leaving, coming to our country. Big nice. Yeah, so the thing is, we want to run high taxes so that we squeeze the people with whom we have bankrolls, which now includes Russia, a whole lot. But we also, like, would rather not tax our pops, so we have no consumption taxes and high wages. So a little bit of a weird situation. Let's try and add some construction here, I guess. I mean, I suppose we could come in and be a little bit more liberal with our universities that we are kind of putting in peasanted places, because for a lot of our places, our issue is employment. So let's put one down in Ica and one in La Paz. They're going to be getting our institutions. Ica has a ton of peasants. Okay. Is that from a mass migration? That's going to be perfect for adding construction, though. Let's do some of that. Probably add a couple steel mills. Gonna play nice. And then we saw Flanders had a ton. I think that we were just blasting the consumer goods in Flanders. What else could we build in Flanders? I suppose steel in Flanders isn't terrible, especially with the mappy. Maybe okay. And tools certainly not terrible. I think we have a ton of infra here too, so we don't need to be... Yeah, we have a ton of infra. The hands will flow now. Big nice. Buy one, get one free. These hands priced $0. Buy one, get one free. It's gonna be nice for us though. Let's see Paul Allen's GDP. Yeah, Qing doing okay here. Qing never got wrecked by the Opium Wars. Very kind of good-looking thing for Qing. We export them opium. Will this open the journal entry for us? For them? For everyone? Alright, these are our own wars, so we're not gonna capitulate out. Really, really slow on the law passes. This is because we've made a rigid government. We could do something to reduce the rigidity, but I'm kind of okay with it. I'm kind of okay with it. It's not too big a deal. We're not trying to pass too many laws at this point in the game. I suppose we would... Well, okay. Oh, this is decreasing anyways. What's this decreasing to? Trending towards... Okay. Could we reform the government, maybe? Become more legitimate? Too legitimate to quit it. Could do this. Be much more legitimate. We still have this Republican guy who's careful in power, which is kind of what we wanted. Yeah, it's still a Republican guy and careful. I think it changed his portrait, though. What would you need to be Brad to do an Empire Under the Pun run in the current patch? I would need an amount that I would be uncomfortable asking for. To answer your question. I am like... I kind of don't want to do it. So I would need it. Also, generally I like the spirit of democracy, so anytime anyone's propositioned me to buy my body, and by my body I mean my game playing, for a particular run, I've just generally been kind of apprehensive about it. We could vote though. Should we sell our body to the Empire Under the Run achievement? Yeah, it would just be like, it would be an amount that I would feel uncomfortable asking for. So I wouldn't even want to say it. Although I've been getting asked by a few people. Suppose we could pull it. Who would really like to see an Empire Under the Pun achievement? Not just kind of like it. And who... And I was thinking of doing a bunch of tutorials kind of when we finish a lot of the runs. Let's see. Oh, I guess we're starting on the YouTube poll, so we didn't rip the dream. We didn't even send it to the Twitch. I think we'll link the YouTube real quick, though. We should straw poll this. But I instead YouTube pulled it because I'm a scrub. Empire Under the Pun, sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, basically. I don't think there's an amount of money that Raid Shadow Legends could pay me to plug them. Non-ironically. I think that mobile games are, like, bad for society. I don't think doing an Empire Under the Run achievement is bad for society. So you could in theory buy that, but you couldn't in theory buy, like... I think that the product Raid... Well, I haven't played Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends could pay me to play it. But I think they use an addictive and extractive framework that's immoral. So... But they can pay me to play it. They couldn't pay me to say it's great, though. So I guess in theory you could pay me to play the Empire Under the Run. The thing is I like... I think it would be so much better to just wait for all the Central Asia content instead of doing an Empire Under the Pun achievement now. Like, I think that would be just, like, really, like... like, it makes super not sense to me. I think we're in charge of both of these. We can't... Alright. We're making way too much money. We just need to blast construction. Okay, so... We have a bunch of workers here, and we can't make use of them. Because they're not incorporated, nor are they getting incorporated, so... Where's this? Is this worth incorporating? Brother, it's probably worth incorporating, huh? But it is a... colony, currently. Played Norway, not Punjab. One before, one after. Played Norway, the singular most requested run. No run has been requested more than Norway. The thing about the Empire Under the Pun thing, it's been requested by different people. You can do it 2 times for 2 times the content, not like this. 2 Empire Under the Pun achievements. Can I beat my old speedrun? Nobody wants Empire Under the Run. Everyone wants Turtle Island. I think Turtle Island is something we would be much more likely to do. Record guides for each achievement. Do it again for after every major patch. Says Dreamforge Games. 3 profit. I don't know about the third part. I think the third part is 3 suffer. It looks like the poll is saying that they would want Empire Under the Pun, but I think that I think that it's a dual poll here because they're voting to watch us suffer too. I mean, I think Kirian's right in that people would prefer Turtle Island. We could change it though. We could do a different poll as well. Isn't People's Republic and not Holy Roman Empire if it's communist? Yeah, it is, but HRE is a fast acronym, and also everyone knows what the HRE is. So HRE communicates the information better, but is less precise. Suffer is 1. Making tutorials is suffering. But yeah, you are correct. It's not actually going to be... But saying Central Europe, here, we could take a look at what the formula actually is called. It's still called Central Europe. I think it'll be called Central Europe until we make a swap off of laissez-faire, which we're not doing for a while. We're kind of content to be Council Republic, laissez-faire. Which I know is a little bit cursed, but it is what it is. I think we don't want to get embroiled in a conflict that we wouldn't otherwise have, but we do want to reduce autonomy on some guys when we can. So we'll reduce on Los Altos. We eventually want to incorporate them. God, we really need to add war construction. Holy snaps. I mean, where do we have iron? I think we have iron in Boss Congo, or I can't remember if it's Boss Congo or both that has iron. Alright, Boss Congo has it. Congo does not. Okay, it's Boss Congo. And we're incorporating already. Cool, cool, cool. Tight, tight, tight. Let's add more construction. Let's put the tools on auto expand. Once these are like a higher level, they'll operate a lot better. Right now they're suffering from the malice, and let's add a university here. Also, I think that, is it Lindy or further north? Lindy also only has this. So, we'll incorporate Lindy eventually. But we'll get things rolling. Holy People's Empire sounds better. Central Europe People's Capitalist Republic. There we go. It's the People's Capitalist Republic of Capitalism. Shadowrun Army. Yeah, that's funny enough, actually. Army sponsored by Raid Shadow. This will work for us. It's unlikely we'll want to back down here, but if we get a super juicy reverse sway, we will. So maybe we end up reducing autonomy on Sind here. My understanding is it's also, there's much better ways of doing Empire Under the Pun than we did the first time around as well. So we say about getting a really juicy reverse sway, and then we see Qing having a time. The thing is, we also really would love getting Lindy, and I think that their war goal is conquered Dutch Lindy. I guess we haven't built anything there yet. Just the railway. And I don't think we're racing the UK for it, really. It looks like they've abandoned their interest in the region and are not colonizing anymore. Or it's British East Africa, which is not colonizing, period. So we're actually probably going to capitulate out of here, just to try and get ourselves a little bit of a yo-yo sway onto them. So we're going to give in. Kind of awkward. They keep the railroad, though. Oh, big nice. Everyone knows when the natives took over the railroad. And then here, yeah, we could get stuff. Probably not anything too great. We get Alxa. Tassim Basin. Chinkagurza. Tuva. Alright, Ching here. Does Russia have a claim? Russia does have a claim. So that'd actually be useful for us because we could trade it to Russia. And I think that'd be better than that, so we'll do that. And we'll look to trade it to Russia. Let's swap this. We normally don't swap immediately, and then we just like end up not swapping, and then we're just not using PMs, and that's like really bad, so we're gonna swap everything now. Let's actually put some stuff on these guys. Let's give the home peoples everything they need. They are the home conscripts after all. They need more opium to fight than a normal man. So we gave up Lindy, but in exchange we're gonna get this, which we're going to try and trade for Alaska. So this is the plan. Selgoria Free State will become our protectorate. I don't think so, my guy. You're on your own. Peace. Smell you later. Manchu mass migration. And now we're kind of tied in a diploplay for a while anyways. So we'll see if we can reduce autonomy on Sind. They might say yes. They don't say yes. And then we could put ban slavery and war reparations, which makes them more likely to back down. But if they don't back down, we're going to have this army and this navy come over here. We actually, let's not even use our big navy. That's beneath us. Let's use our small navy. Looks like we do have kind of two navies that we are kind of our big fleet navies. We don't have any other type of navy, really. But we have two, like, monitor heavy, with heavy ships, so. We'll do that. I think we can, oh no, we can't add a consumption tax or a, authority thing, because we can't raise we can't raise wages. Wages are already high. The high gov wages is also making people who work in the university just give a lot of political strength. Which is kind of not the normal thing. Maybe let's build a university in each of these places so that they can employ up better, because there are a lot of peasants. I think that'll be fine enough. We're gonna come in and take a look at the railways. We see it's just Ika that's having the problems. Ika and Tonga. Tonga's though, like, I think one of those, like, islands in the middle of nowhere, where it's like the railway would be the entire population. Come on, just back down, my guy. You don't want this heat. You don't want it. I promise you. Probably gonna get women's suffrage here. Super nice. Dependent enfranchisement. Looks like this is changed a little bit. Women's suffrage. Okay, so this is part of our suffrage institution, which we have going. And it's going to give the kind of the normal workforce ratio, but will give us another level that we can apply of suffrage, which I think is going to decrease. I think that it decreases our authority, but it also increases political strength per vote and this type of thing. But we already have the Council Republican, so I don't even think we need to worry about this. We're a little too rigid here, a little too erect. Institution investment in suffrage is giving us minus. So if we got another -5, would that decay us down to the next level? So maybe we want to invest in suffrage just to get our rigidity down a little bit. We're just like, it's been over 4 hours. So, yeah. It has been over 4 hours. So we will consult a doctor. All unions are allowed, which of course we want, because we want this trade unionist guy to stay in charge. We really, really like having Careful. Go commercialized. Can we go collectivized before we get, no. You need to go cooperative ownership first. We don't really want to go cooperative ownership at this point in the game. We do want to go politicized officers at some point, because it gives us more authority, and I think that that's worth it. So I think that's kind of like the only law we want to pass, and so, because that's like the only law we want to pass, who supports that? There's also going to be some IGs that support it that we're not familiar with, because we're obviously not familiar with, this entire thing, officer composition, but who supports it is the military interests and the National Liberals, who probably are going to be difficult to make strong. So maybe we just content ourselves with kind of what we got. I don't want to have to pass laws just to make those guys strong, and I think that that's what it would require. Or do some cheeky doing. Yes, mobilize all the women. Yeah, of course. The work will set them free. We really gotta start using some money. We're gonna bankroll Confed. Maybe they do something more useful. We could rival people and then bankroll them. We are out of Diplo. We really need to figure out how to spend our money. Okay, so this army is a cavalry landing army. We could make it into a 50 stack. It has to be at least 1/3 I don't need to use a calculator on my phone. I don't have that much brain rot. It needs to be at least 17 cav, right? Let's double check our math anyways. If it's 17 cav and size 50, 50 divided by 3, yeah, so it needs to be 17 cav in order to be able to use the landing. So we're kind of also already exhausting some of the stuff, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 17 cavalry, and then it's going to need 8 artillery, and then 25 infantry. Oop, that's a little bit too much. And then 25 infantry to become a 50 stack, and we'll take this from kind of 1, 2. There's not going to be a lot of people there. 3, 4, 5, and so now these guys are really from all over the place. Or we need a 6th. That will be a 50 stack. We're already investing more in the Navy. We could invest more in the Navy. The thing is we kind of don't like the monitors. I don't think the monitors can upgrade to torpedo boats, so we don't want to have too many monitors. But we could always build ships to delete them later. Kind of feels bad. Gotta spend our money somehow. I mean, I guess we could just add a whole bunch of construction. Problem is that a lot of these people won't be able to even work in this spot. Alright, so we're just adding it here, I guess. At the front of the queue, we'll also add some railways. Let's come in and turn on, where we can, electric streetlights. And then put these on automatic expansion. Those should do okay. For whatever reason, we're not legitimate now. Someone's party broke up. We don't want to reform the government like this, but it looks like the party broke up here, and so now the communists will be in charge instead of the trade unionists. The thing is we really want to keep this guy in charge. So let's see if we could do something without the communists. But these two broke apart, the radical and the... yeah. Oh, do we even care if we just generate a lot of radicals? I don't think we do. I think we want a careful guy. At least until we accrue, like, up near 25 infamy. That kind of sucks, though. Is that an election? There's not even election spawning. Someone must have died. Okay, chronic obstructionism, we don't mind too much. We'll stick with that. But yeah, if we reform the government at all, like to slot this guy out, then this guy becomes the leader, the communist guy, and he does not have something like careful or... I mean, in theory, we'd want to oscillate between someone who's careful and someone who's literary, but... I mean, we could look and see if there are any communists we could invite. Neither careful nor literary. Those are the two things, right? Those are the two big boys. Bureaucratic interest also a little bit big. So we can take a look at our bureaucratic interest boys. But there's no agitators from those groups. Are there only agitators from ideological? No, okay, there's a couple from other things. I think there are more agitators that are ideological, though. Instead of going Belgium into HRE, what about Wallachia into Romania into Danubian state into HRE? Is this possible? I think if I were to play in that region, I'd rather do Bosnia, son, into Muslim HRE, because that's yeah. Hey, no fair, a live stream while I'm out shopping? Brother, my friend. I live stream this time of... I live stream Saturdays at 9:30 every week. But this is going to decrease our rigidity by a lot, so we'll actually be able to pass laws. Except there isn't a law that we're trying to pass, so it's not very useful. Regulating work time seems to do nothing, considering it gives us access to an institution we already have access to. We already have workplace safety institution. Unless I'm misunderstanding what it's doing, or it's just not informing me correctly. Which that's possible. We have altogether too much money. Guess we'll take people away. Like, there aren't even available people to employ this, but we'll just take them away from other jobs. Looks like we have cut off the UK here. And so the last kind of bastion is British East Africa. This is the last competitor we have in the colonial game. So maybe we start decreasing the institution, eh? Because if we decrease it and actually colonize slower, that's not a big deal. We would have fewer uprisings, which the uprisings brick our ability to yo-yo sway. We actually tried it. It turns out that when turning HRE, you lose acceptance on Romanian pops. Oof. That's not ideal. I didn't even check their army size, but it does look like we can fight it. I think we probably take the prestige. I think we're big enough that the prestige is more valuable. The prospect of decaying someone who would not be a minor power into being a minor power is worth a lot more. We'll just put all these at the front of the queue. Can't just let them leave. Feels so bad just like letting that go, but we're definitely gonna do it. Great Britain annexing the internals is just super good for us, because then we could get these mass migrations, which we would not be able to get otherwise. How quickly are we increasing the radicalism? Radicalism is not even increasing that fast, and we don't need to pass laws, so us being illegitimate is just like giving us the panic button when it really doesn't matter. It's so wild that your initial primary culture, though, doesn't get the thing. Those are at the back of the queue. They probably should have not been. We're trying to spend more money here. Trade unions are no longer powerful. Not like this. Not like this. What happened to you guys? They're also too happy, so what's the... But the ideological groups, when they're too happy, it's not a big deal. They're too happy is... Or they don't get too happy, they're not giving bonuses. Really. We do have to extricate ourselves from these wars somehow so we can trade Kyrgyzia to Russia. But of course we have to enforce this. Glad that their navy got defeated so quick. Looks like it only has one admiral, that's why. Not as happy that our army's getting defeated, so let's move these guys over and get ready to land again. We'll see if we can make more progress, but yeah, they conscripted up. I guess maybe their PMs are okay too. So we're maybe gonna cancel, mobilize the other guys, and send them in. But we'll let them churn through a little bit here. Okay, we're starting to chug along a little bit here. Is empowering capitalists still a strong stat with this mod? No, not really. The big thing that the capitalists give, right, in normal is the bonus to the investment pool, but now the bonus to the investment pool is split amongst several different IGs. I think like business interests and bureaucratic interests both give capitalist investment pool contribution, and it's still good, but like, I mean, these guys give it too, the professional interests, but also sample size is a little bit small, but it's spread out and it's not as big a modifier, but the modifier is still useful, but it's not as straightforward, and maybe we just like also haven't played enough to know what we're supposed to be doing. Ooh. Become subject? Yeah, baby. I'm not sure we win that war. Are you bankrupt? National mourning. Where's Edward? But it does look like Victoria died. And we could side with the rebellion and get Britain as a subject. I think this will force release Canada and the British Raj, which, to be honest, we're maybe okay with anyway. Oh. Alright, let's change the poll. Let's make the poll Turtle Island or... Empire Under the Pun. Let's do that. So Turtle Island or Empire Under the Pun, what people would prefer to see a run for. I mean, are they paying us a bankroll now? I think they are. 300k. Really brutal for them. I think they have a lot of debt, too. So we would lose access to that, but honestly it doesn't matter. They have a debt of 11 million. That's maybe not too big. Anyone who doesn't vote Turtle Island misclicked. That's true, probably. I mean, I guess we can't sway in right now anyway, so we can see what's good, what's happening, what's crack-a-lackin'. I think we probably mobilize the Florida men and send them in, to be honest. Tuat sided against Great Britain. It's kind of an interesting one, because... I mean, I think we're just supposed to send it, right? And just try and figure out how to make the war work. Oh, why can't they do this? What? I'm confused. Is our conscript army too small? Has everything changed? has to be in the opening moves? Alright, we're gonna load and do it in the opening moves. We want to see that loud card. Beep boop. Ideally, you do it as France or China. I think I would do it as France. Paraguay Gaming. No, we would do it as France. We're gonna load though. That's weird that that's weird that we have to do it during the mobilization phase and we can't do it later. So. Okay, so now, if we had more of a army, they would accept, or they would accept our initial kind of army, but it will also accept this. Wait, why not? Oh, I'm stupid. It is that we had to wait. Send in the Florida men. And we could also get war goals on Great Britain if we want, since we're fighting them anyways. But I don't think we'd want to liberate anyone. We'd maybe want to transfer someone that's going to break free. Like, I think Canada breaks free here. But I'm not sure what the enforce order is gonna look like. I think this revolution enforces first, so I think we'll just play conservatively and not do anything here. Oh, this is funny. Yeah, we do have to fight the Raj too. Alright, let's mobilize these guys to keep them at the Rhine. Protect against landings, although I think we'll be fine versus the landings. Did we fail our landing here? Not yet, but it looks like we're going to. So what we're going to do, I think, is going to cancel it. Gonna move these guys back, or they're traveling to Persia HQ, that's probably fine enough. Mobilizing these guys, send them in to land. They should do a little bit better here. And then this army, we want back here. But I suppose we do want some sort of war goal on them, right? Or maybe not, because that allows them to put war goals on us. War reps is a little bit cheeky, huh? But war reps isn't going to matter because they're not going to exist. So we're just going to declare neutrality here. Now, Confed's not with us, but these guys are. But it looks like we just lose to the Ottomans' push thing anyways. Or unless we bring over the Florida men. Alright. I'm gonna move these guys to this HQ, but I don't think we can hold this with our current setup. I think we're gonna move these guys over to the main HQ. Gonna try and get things ready. The Radical Party. Founding of the Radical Party should help us out a little bit. We don't want to reform. We want to keep the same guy in charge. I don't think we can do that after the thing. Yeah, don't want to assign to fronts here, except for this front, which we right now have an overwhelming advantage in. We want to see the loud car. That could probably be arranged. Oh, we forgot to try and trade for Russia. Looks like Turtle Island's winning. And Turtle Island makes more sense, I think, because I think there's a decent chance they patch it out. But hopefully we're winning these battles. Really awkward if we're not. We are. Okay, cool. No one's assigning to these fronts because we're not assigning to their fronts, so they view it as being non-critical territory. South Australia. Are you independent? Oh, that's this monstrosity. Yeah, we'll just leave that alone. I kind of don't want to mobilize the home conscripts, but we're gonna do it. Good thing we're not researching trench. No, I thought we were researching trench works and we were about to get trench infantry. That would have been kind of nice. Maybe we research it next. It's really not going to make a big difference. This is probably actually the most critical, like, war that we potentially lose, and it's not gonna... There's no way it lasts long enough for us to get it. Oh, wait, might last long enough for us to get it, actually. Just realized. We'll just... Alright, we could also import some glass from other people instead of just watching our shortage for forever. Do you have enough arable land to get a mass migration? You do, just barely. Modern nursing, you don't say. Alright. Let's get rid of all these trade routes with Great Britain. They are no more. And all these unproductive routes. Clear out this, and are we running shortages of anything? We are. Let's try and resolve this. Of course, our routes with some other people will increase in size, so it's like not the end of the world, but... Still awkward that we're in the middle of the Sind War with an actually pretty big stack of ours. I think the Florida men are set to defend, yeah. And we are defending valiantly. Struggling a little bit. I think we'll set this guy to defend too. We do want to pillage when we can. Where's our 100 stack navy? Where did it go? Bro, we sent it over, did we not? I feel like we did. That's like kind of bad for us. And this is now going to be a British fleet that's bricking us. 15 stack is here to help us enforce Ottomans out when the Ottomans start misstepping, which they will. God, I could have sworn we moved that 100 stack over. I really think we did. I think something buggy happened and it, like, ended the thing. Would guess it at the next big patch it'll be poof. I don't know if it'll be next patch. I think the devs are not as on top of it as you think they might be. Looks like we have an advantage here, so we'll actually pull up and start pillaging with just one guy. It's not going to become our territory for a long time, so we don't mind a little bit of a pillage to reduce the number of people there. We'll see where we have peasants and this, and we'll just try and smack down a whole bunch of this. Hopefully that does okay. Oh, we don't have any rubber in La Paz. Let's fix that. Bangkok's out of peasants. What? Wow. Colonial affairs gets decreased. Nice. We're now losing money. And we are advancing and we're doing okay. I think we do want to put our strategic objective as there. They want to give us an obligation? Bro, why do you want to give us anything? But I mean, if you're going to, I guess, sure, we'll take Pontiac, because I think there's gold there. I suppose. If you want our guidance. A little awkward, but, sure. Oh boy, we're getting beaten now? That's terrible. I mean, we could stick in that war for like a while, but the problem is they can enforce us below 0. So we might be losing Sind here. Mainly because we're actually just getting gummed up by these stupid British here. But I suppose that's their prerogative. I think 100 for the infra is probably okay. Really gutted that our freaking ship wasn't here at the start of the war. I think it makes a pretty big difference here. But now it'll be able to just knock out a lot of these fleets. Looks like pushing is going okay. After kind of holding the initial salvo. What's this about? I mean... send those guys there. Great Britain have started to damage the mutual relations, you don't say. Okay, we can start getting progress, thank God. As long as we don't get continually bricked by them and allow them to recruit more, I think that we'll be okay. Home conscripts are... someone's gonna need a little bit of a promotion. Bureaucratic interests are kind of strong in our country. They're the only one that's strong. Sierra Leone, we can ask them to become a subject. Not sure how that'll work exactly. We're just gonna leave that alone, because that might be a little weird, because we're about to get the rev that annexes these guys. I don't know if the revolt gets to stay free. I guess maybe we just ask them to become a subject. But I don't want that to put us at war with our own subject. We'll just leave it all alone. We don't want some random spaghetti code over Sierra Leone. Relative to, like, getting the whole UK for free. We're pushing out their navies. After that, we'll start landing, which will attract all of their navies to try and stop the landing, which will prevent us from getting convoy raided into oblivion. Which is kind of the fate we might be facing now. Hopefully this landing continues to make progress. I think we just have better technology, so we should be able to make progress, but, yeah. Let's check on how the poll's going. We have 57% for Turtle Island over Empire Into the Pun. Empire Into the Pun advocate also has left the chat. No longer advocate for his, guy on advanced front. I think we're going to start pushing with some of these guys. If they have a forward kind of bonus, we'll push with them. I think cautious advance is a little bit better, so let's do that. Oh wow, home counties is adjacent to Midlands. I didn't realize. I thought that East Anglia extended. Yeah, so we're gonna have their capital soon here. Ugh. Let's see wherever we have peasants and some wood potential. Mato Grosso. Wait, we own part of Mato Grosso? Oh, we own just this tiniest snippet. We're gonna incorporate that because that's actually a pretty good state to have. It's not gonna count for our arable land count though. That's kind of funny. Liberty, Wisdom, Anarchy. Definitely don't want to add to the Anarchist Party, so just do that. Ooh. Looks like some weird splitting occurred here. Might be time to let the rapid advancers kind of come in and finish things up, so we're gonna bring them in. We're not gonna end up doing a landing anyways here. Does remain to be seen how these battles are going. Hopefully we're, yeah, okay, we're steadily gaining some, a little bit of power there. Catholic Church interest, I think, is marginalized, so it's kind of irrelevant. We've almost churned through all their navy here. I'm just gonna declare neutrality of this at this point. I think that we could just capitulate to this one. Oh no, we can't. This becomes our war. Yeah, we just gotta wait. So F5 infamy, so we do want to do something that accrues infamy. Might be reducing autonomy on Great Britain. Not sure if that spits out their subjects though. Or converts them to our subjects. I think it converts them. Maybe this guy's not ready to make the big push yet. Oh, the 600 stacks over here. Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll be doing some landings here. Once these guys are done beating up all the navy. Ottomans are out. This is not a concern because they can't get it forced on because they're our subjects. For the, only we can get it forced on. Although we can get it forced on, so that it's like not as zero concern, but I don't think we are gonna get it forced on here. The Sind one is a little bit of a concern though. Yeah. Alright. I hate the visual bug where they could be here without being here. But it is what it is. 600 stack gets reassigned. I think we land West County if we can. Once these guys are not, alright. Once they are available. And And we get in here. I suppose we end up pushing one of these, because the guys are there already. Ottomans are out. So maybe we assign to one of these over here. Hey, Great Britain got annexed. Big nice. We can go for war reparations. I don't think we need to ban slavery. I think the war reparations actually might... Well, we'll just stick in there because we have to get this anyways. Oh, we can get this. And then one last thing. East India breaks free. And they're not fans of us. But we do get all the subjects here. Or they are subjects of Great Britain for now. Canada's in here as well. Super nice. Ah, Canada. Oh, Canada. Something, something. America's hat. Congrats already, General. Quite impressive. Thank you. This run is going very, very smoothly. Only 20 infamy. This will make them our dominion. And of course change their color and the color of all their subjects, which is what really matters. Bengal. Let's see if Bengal can keep it together or see if they shit the bed. I think they keep it together. And there's Canada. It's all orange, baby. But we can certainly supply them with a lot of stuff, so let's do that. Well, let's not supply them with that. Let's import from them. Do they have a lot of Muslim pops? That'd be minus 75. That'll be pretty good, I think. Alright, so now we are forced to have a new ruler. I think that... Wow, the trade unions got absolutely clapped. Good thing we reduced autonomy there, huh? Good thing we reduced autonomy there. You bringing up a whole ton of infamy. Okay, so... If we do this, this is the new thing. So we need a better communist leader. Oh, my kingdom for a communist who's literary. Or literate, maybe. Okay. Really would love to bring Bengal into the customs union as well, but I think they're probably a GP. Yeah. Because stuff like ADWA, we're just gonna lose. We're just gonna lose all these internals. Because they're gonna have no market access. Like, we get wrecked. Good old minor power, Great Britain. What's the name of the game? Victoria 3. Quick question, what do I do if I become communist Australia but failed Spectre journal entry? Am I doomed to milquost liberal leaders of my council republic? I'm not sure exactly. You're just getting a bunch of liberal leaders and you don't want to. I guess you just manipulate the IGs as best you can, to be honest. I don't think it's the end of the world that you're gonna roll a bunch of liberal people. If that's what you're asking. I might not be understanding what you're asking, Zoe. Communist, but failed the Spectre journal entry. Am I done to... Actually, one of the problems is I don't know what milk toast means. So let's just look that up. A timid or feeble person. A feeble, insipid, or bland. Am I just doomed to milquetoast liberal leaders for the rest of my council republic? You might be. I'm not sure exactly. I honestly don't follow the journal entries maybe as closely as I could. I don't think they're a huge deal, and I think that what you can do is you can do kind of what we're doing right here, which is looking for agitators you want and putting agitators you like in charge by inviting them to government. And also what you can do is you can do a lot of recruiting generals till you find guys you like, and then exiling to force the general in. Although here it seems to be the case that like, we can't, with this mod, we can't get ideological leaders, it looks like, almost entirely, on our military. It looks like it's almost entirely, what is administrative guys. A lot of bureaucratic interest. And I think it'd be too challenging for us to get the military interest strong enough here in order to pass, politicized officers, which is kind of what we want. I guess we could promote a lot of military interest guys, because we can force military interest guys. Maybe we do that. This guy's one ideological general. But what you do is if they're the only popular general you have, we'll also promote this guy. Oh, he's already promoted. If there's exactly one popular general and you exile the leader, what will happen is the general will take over, and you can do this to manipulate IG leaders. So, I'd recommend doing a little bit of that. Yeah, just all bureaucratic interests, man. We're looking for the military interest. Can't find it. Won't find it. The truth hurts. We're not gonna fire down the bureaucratic interest guys, but we have such a bureaucratic military. Not like this. Not like this. Yeah, we're just not rolling anything but those guys. Jesus. Alright, we're gonna stop trying. Everyone remember, trying is the first step to failure. Team never try. We'll try one more time. Nope. Oh, military interest guy, perfect. I suppose I gotta unpause and let the thing tick and think a little bit. Bengal declared rivalry. That's not exactly what we wanted. I forgot we changed the name of this guy's to Army Sponsored by Raid Shadow. Alright. Do that. And then... can't reduce autonomy or anything? Alright, fair enough. Well... it's time for that careful guy. Well, the careful guy we can't keep in anyways. I think we could do this. Squabbling legislature. But we don't get... it maybe pass some laws. But we don't get the opportunity to pass the law we want, right? I don't think we want elected officers. I think elected officers is real bad. Unless you're just only defensive. Which we obviously don't want to be. Is there a way to get the military interested? Oh, this is one giant liberal party, and this is the conservative party. We can't get the military interested. Okay, let's try this. Same guy as chair, but now we could also see about doing one of these. Oh, this would probably be better because it looks like it's just kind of free authority. Okay, but I think that the bigger one we want to take a crack at that is probably impossible for us. Oh, we can't pass politicized officers. Okay, well then let's try going to unitary. Institution cost modifier is probably pretty good for us, but we're currently decreasing our institution. Minus radicals from discrimination is not going to make too big difference because we don't discriminate against anyone. So let's do this, and then also do this, and then also add some of this. And that should be enough for us to be fine. Ireland's starting a diplo play against us, so we can use this army to handle that. Ah, thanks. I guess it's time to put in for agitator criminals in rulership positions in Australia. Exactly. Perfect. Problem solved. We have much trade with Bengal. Unfortunately, they just immediately rival us, but it makes sense because we were at war with them before. We can start bankrolling them back. Kind of amusing. We have a ton of money. And we wouldn't hate an obligation with them. Tanganyika definitely would want to incorporate. Let's get these things started here. One of the few places with both iron and coal in the sub-Saharan Africa. I think there's 2 provinces maybe, other than of course Transvaal and Verstaat, which are just like everyone knows those ones. Vacuum canning is going to be nice. We currently don't really have demand for, proper demand for, oil. I think we're exporting it to Qing, which often is effective, but... Oh, we're not. I think they start consuming it if you do. So let's do that. Check if we have trade routes. Oh, we have someone isolated. I always am pretty bad about this. Oh yeah, they're definitely isolated. They're real isolated. We're waiting to not be at war so that we can try and trade it to Alaska. Or trade it to Russia for Alaska. Russia's relations will improve with us dramatically. They're trying to damage relations, but they're trying to damage relations through a double bankroll and a trade agreement. That's never going to work out. Hopefully us only having a singular front here is not like a catastrophe. Or the other one, yeah, okay, that works for us. Get a ton of mass migrations here. Start to plateau a little with the pops. Not ideal. I mean, I think we're going to be siphoning off a lot from them. We could take on debt. It's 20 million. Do we want to? Probably not. Might save them a rev, but I'm not sure that... I think that if they rev, we would just handle it. It's fine. Really excited for 1.7. You can choose which side of the rev you will side with moving forward. God, this is disgusting. We have the UK as the subject and Austria as a subject, and we have 22 infamy. Just a normal low infamy gameplay. It's 1887. Just normal, nothing to see here, boys. Nothing to see here. Just some normal business, doing business time things. Looks like Turtle Island's overwhelmingly. Yeah, so we should be... I hate that our things are isolated, though. This is the only thing. Maybe we could trade some of our states to Bengal and rearrange these borders. Because I think that there's a lot of partial state things going on here, but I think the problem is all of this is incorporated for them, and they won't want to trade anything. We could see... Oh, wait, we can't trade because we don't even own the state. Just kidding. Acting like we could just trade our subjects stuff. Terrible. Very colonial. Okay, let's take a look at Glassworks. Let's do that in Wallonia. Let's do that in Santa Cruz. Maybe we can push this in Flanders as well, because we have a lot of peasants here, so... Let's add a railroad or two. They're improving relations. Hey, look who has a revolution. Alright, so we absolutely have to get in on this. Because then we're going to get Bengal. I think. We'd kind of rather not give up Hero Land, so maybe we have to wait. Or maybe these guys will just become subject. Yeah, they will just become subject. Okay. We did it, guys. Mission accomplished. Easiest run ever. Oh, we have truce with Bengal. Son of a bizzle. But what we can do is we can reset our relations with Bengal here. Okay, so now they'll go to cautious. They won't be so uppity about things. They are rivaling us still. But we can't side against us. It's not GG. It's not we're so back. Which, apparently, according to you guys, is the opposite of it's Jover. We're so back is the opposite of which it's Jover. Apparently, it's Jagun is not the opposite of Jover. So, the more you know. Just annex and then trade. Nothing a good strong boot doesn't fix. I agree with your attitude. Edict says, love your guides. Please make one on Qing gameplay. We have so many on Qing gameplay. If I make one on Qing, the #1 comment, or like, I guarantee someone will comment, why do you do so many Qing videos? We've done so many Qing videos. We're gonna do another one. Oh no! The boyo we loved retired. The leader of the trade unionists, the guy who we are trying to get in charge all the time anyways. But we've done, we'll do more Qing stuff for 1.7, definitely, but we have done a lot of Qing. I think we actually just, like, stay in this war for a while, but... This war. Just so they're not gonna be cold, or maybe they de-rival us, or this type of thing. Actually, there's a cooldown, so they can't de-rival us, but... Maybe we look at our Diplo things that we're doing, though. So let's stop improving relations with Parma and instead bankroll them. Let's stop improving relations with Qing and instead improve relations with Bengal. Because we want to be able to side on their side and transfer them for feesies, good dealsies at some point when they rev. Which I don't think we're going to get a similar opportunity with Qing. I think Qing's just going to be too big. But also maybe, we were trying to get them in the customs union. Maybe we stop bankrolling you, just to rake back some of our authority. Shame we didn't reduce the autonomy on the Confed before. Actually, we don't need to, because the plan's to get Germany and then form the mega thing, and we don't need to get them as a subject to do that. Or we don't need to get them as a puppet. Good, strong boot. Alright, they will not accept being annexed, but about to get into a play anyways, so we're gonna do that, and then... And they have gold, so... The bigger one is that they have gold. And then, with these guys... I think we can just continue to transfer. We'll decline this. We'll just continue to transfer subjects. In opportunities when we can yo-yo sway, we'll transfer states as well, because we, like, for example, transferred this. But we're not going to be able to transfer a state here. But we can transfer subjects, or continue to. Preserve Federated. It's got a big movement. I think we'll go for Benjar here. Really awkward we couldn't trade to Russia. Russia's also probably gonna collapse soonish. There we go, let's do some of that. To be fair, these two states are on the river, so they get a mappy bonus, so maybe we're kind of underutilizing these. Let's get some construction down then. Alright, war breaks out. Is that enough to bring us off cautious? No, they're just gonna rival us for a while. We're overcoming some of it, but it's gonna be painful. Good source of gold from Pontiac. Although every source of gold is a good source of gold. I think we could just stop bankrolling Russia. Maybe stop bankrolling the Confed. We're looking to get a little bit more infamy decay here by floating some influence. Could rival some people, but kind of have the people we want rivaled. Scandinavia and USA already rivaled out. We could be looking right now, in terms of wars, to break up Germany. How big is their military? 420 plus 200, and we are going to be really conscript heavy, but we can maybe do it. British Republic offers trucial states. Let's see what else we could get from them, actually. Transfer states is kind of going to be the better thing that we could get. British Guiana looks good. Transfer subjects. Sierra Leone, Trucial States, New South Wales. New South Wales has got a lot of stuff. We eventually get all this if we annex the UK anyways. And this would decrease significantly the cost of annexation. So let's see if we can find something that has a high population. Well, we could go for Inner Mauritania into Timbuktu so we could colonize. Looks like Sokoto's cutting them off here, though. I think we just look for Guyana. Just help them for Guyana, but don't really need to help them. I think this does keep us in longer, but Guyana is actually really valuable, so... I think we have it incorporating too. I didn't even realize we actually helped them out. I guess in theory we probably shouldn't have helped them out, because us helping them out is going to give us less time being in the same war as them, and being in the same war as them is what's giving us the good relation overwrite thing, that they're just cautious and then probably switch attitudes as soon as the war is over. And what we don't want to happen is we don't want them to damage relations, which I think is likely to happen. So... I hate when that happens. Now we have a couple of these just in random spots. I know we're encouraging migration to one of these. I assume it's this one. Oh, we're not encouraging migration either. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I see you. Says Equa and Ecuador. Well, you're already experiencing mass migration. Let's switch it over to Lima then. Lima's actually also experiencing one. Ecuador is definitely a place we want to build tall in, but mission is kind of accomplished on that front. Well, we can do some of that. Let's go 4 million pops. Got a ton of pops coming in. I guess we're okay keeping it down longer, but I'm thinking that we want an edict in, not in Freistadt, but in Transvaal. So maybe we take Ecuador's edict and move it to Transvaal. Something like this. Almost time to vote for Israel and Eurovision, Poggies. Oh, Jesus. The revolution has started, basically. Oh. They wanted it to be about the music. It couldn't be about the music. Interesting to see Sokoto pushing out. Yeah, it is. It means they're gonna get air, which is like, there's actually like a lot of resources here. Or not a lot, but like a decent chunk, but... Bro, when I played Netherlands, you start to pop off in the 1880s, and we started popping off in the 1880s too, a little bit. The secret was starting as Belgium, basically. That's the real secret. Down with the globalists, says Janala. Well... yeah. I think it's complicated. Kind of my take on that conflict. God, I wish we could just do more with our money. I mean, we could just keep building more construction. It feels like we're just gated kind of just by... well, I mean, we don't have... we've got a lot of pops here. Largely off the back of the trade centers. We're not incorporating it, but... we can build construction sectors so we can build stuff better, but okay, what are we supposed to build here? I mean, let's just put the dies on auto-expand, I think. And just add 5 or something, and put on... not put on the railways. Something like this. And now Bengal should return to being something more aggressive than cautious. Yep. So we actually wanted that war to go longer, because we were involved in conflicts in either way. In either case. Who started a typical play against us? Right here. Okay. We'll deal with that. Hopefully Britain doesn't create Senegal, but they probably will. Yeah, they're still damaging relations. They're still mad about something. Luckily these guys aren't damaging or expelling our diplomats. That's the Provisional Republic. Not for long. Not for long. Pop off here pretty much the entire world at this point. Yeah, kind of. We're getting there. We do want to get Germany at some point, so we're going to try and get creative with taking or freeing Hanover, Brunswick, and Saxony to cut them in half, but I don't think we're quite strong enough. I don't think we have quite a big enough military. I mean, maybe when we consider the fact that we'll get Confederation of the Rhine and this type of stuff with us, maybe we are strong enough. And also now's a good timing because we're floating so much infamy. Yeah. They are a big badge at us. I think we, like, liberate Saxony as our start. Ooh, we haven't checked our Diplo interest in a while. We should be able to have interest everywhere at this point, and we do not. Annex Pontiac, nice. Nice suit. That was the war we had declared. Just cruising through this to make sure there's not some sort of glaring problem. I think we can probably swap to rotary valve. Increasingly, we are starting to run out of labor, so... And we can start adding electricity in places that don't have it, I think. That are, like, incorporated. So maybe we start doing that. Sort by job seekers to kind of see where it has the most places. And we're specifically going to look for incorporated places. Because they get the malice to manufacturing, so... And looking in terms of sorting by job seekers is kind of a good way of letting us know how many pops are there, which is more the driver. I think West Borneo we slap one down too. Well, it looks like West Borneo needs a little bit of help. That's West Borneo. Alright, I think we're going to make them all auto-expand. Or are we researching trench works? We don't really need that anymore. Actually, no, let's research it. Let's do this. We will try and do a timing window in Trenchworks, Germany. Are we not spreading? So we're not spreading enlistment offices, so in theory we want to start a little bit early, or start the war a little bit early, but in practice we're probably going to flub it a little bit, so. Does look like... use some more stuff to build. Let's do that. New South Wales, transfer states. Eastern New Guinea is nice to kind of get fully done. Damn, I want to go on a rant. Yeah, I know the feeling. Can you be a globalist on a flat map? What do you mean? The globe is flat, don't you mean? Your money bar's full, what's up with that? We're trying. We're trying so hard to spend money. We don't have enough pops in areas where they, like, are accepted to employ up, but, like, we should just be blasting construction sectors in areas that aren't even that great to blast them in, to be honest. The bankrolls are too strong, man. We don't have enough escape velocity, but we just need to... Let's just do this. You're right, you're 100% right. This is, like, morally irresponsible. We'll start figuring that out. We have mappy rivers here, so that we should be in fine enough shape. I'm just being lazy. Entire nation is working on the military technology of digging ditches. You know, you say that and you make fun of it, but if it was very revolutionary at the time, that you could just dig ditches in a completely abandoned cavalry, that cavalry would be rendered useless. Cavalry would fall to the ditch. To be fair, we all fall to the ditch. The ditch cannot be stopped. It's, like, weird to me that when you discover stuff, you discover everything. Like, we discover both the gold and the oil simultaneously, and it's always like this, if you can discover multiples. I think this is a rev, so we can't enforce it. And that's not finished yet. There we go, that's more like it. We're losing the money. The thing is we would actually want lower taxes, except for we're trying to bleed the people who are bankrolling us as dry as possible. And that's why we're running max taxes right now. The French Republic and Russia are paying us bankrolls, and we're just trying to bleed them out. Otherwise, we would be running absolute minimum taxes. Because our problem is, like, having enough pops. To be fair, it's being solved very quickly, but that is the core problem, yeah. Maybe Bengal changes their attitude? Probably not. Russia certainly should. We're bankrolling each other, or we were a little while ago. The gravity of my treasury is too great, I can't lose money. Yeah, it's like the expression in poker, too rich to fold. It's like, I got too much. I gotta know what you have, man. It doesn't matter that I know that I'm extremely confident that you're not bluffing. I'm too rich to fold. Is it really that easy to get a job at McDonald's or similar establishments in America? Yes. The jobs just kind of suck. I hear that no matter how bad you are, you can always get a job there. Yeah, because they, like, working in the fast food industry is, like, one of the hardest jobs, and also people, like, give you shit for it. So it's, like, it's simultaneously one of the hardest jobs there is, and it's also one of, like, the most disrespected jobs there is. And everyone thinks less of you when you're working fast food. I had a friend who, like, worked fast food. Like, it just, like, he actually worked, like, 2 jobs that, like, really sucked. Like, one of them was fast food, but the other one was, like, going in at, like, places from like 11 to 3 a.m. To do inventory in those places. I'll have to ask him which one he thought was worse, but like fast food, you do literally everything there. You cook, you sell the stuff to the cashier, you clean, you do all this stuff. It's hot in the kitchen. It's just like everything about it just like sucks super balls. I mean, in California now, there's like fast food minimum wage, which is like separate from normal minimum wage, I think, if I recall correctly. I might not recall correctly, but yeah, it's an easy job to get because the job sucks and it pays like very little, generally speaking. It's not that easy in Europe. Yeah, because in Europe you guys have laws that make it so you can't pay them like shit, I think, if I recall correctly. Which I might not, but I think we cranked up the price of some things pretty high. We're not gonna cancel all this, but we gotta get some glass. To be fair, we were working on a law. I think in these mappy states though here, let's take a little bit of a rethink. This place is gonna gather a lot of pops because it has a trade center as well. So I think we're gonna prioritize glass production, which is actually gonna make this thing wildly profitable. And let's 51 right here. Just try and solve the glass like that, and then it's gonna need more railways. A lot more railways. It's gonna create a lot of available employment there, so but it does have more migration attraction because of the trade center. It's simultaneously trade center plus mappy. We have the lovely trade unions. Yeah, so there you go. It's the thing is like yeah, if you put in minimum wage laws, I'm not saying I dislike minimum wage, but if you put in minimum wage laws, it decreases the number of jobs available. Or if you put in minimum wage laws, then businesses will not hire as aggressively. If you don't have minimum wage laws, the businesses will offer more job openings, but the job openings also suck. So like, generally people work in fast food like when they have to, and they can't get anything else. I don't think I've ever met someone, not saying they don't exist, they almost certainly exist, who loves working in fast food, and that's their ideal job. Sometimes we get supplementary sawdust as wages. Yeah. Baskin Robbins, those MFers will find an unpaid library dues back from 69. Wait, what? Europe does tend to like human rights, to be honest, unlike America. Yeah, the truth hurts. I think that like there's a lot of consumer protection things that I'm a big fan of in Europe. I'm more a fan of like regulation on like consumer protections than I am necessarily on price floors. But like in the United States, the thing I found really, really stupid, just absolutely incredibly stupid, is someone can work full time and simultaneously qualify for food stamps, which means that the government is effectively subsidizing the wages of the places where they're getting paid minimum wage, and the government shouldn't be doing that, right? So like either minimum wage should be higher such that you would not qualify if you're working full-time. You don't qualify for food stamps if you're getting paid minimum wage, or the threshold for getting food stamps should be lower. I'm inclined to think that like minimum wage should be higher, but like the fact that Walmart, as part of their employee onboarding program, teaches you how to apply for food stamps because you will qualify for food stamps with the amount of money that they're paying you, is just like this disgusting like capitalist moment where like it's not right that the taxpayer is subsidizing Walmart. I think everyone should hate that. And it's like, it's one thing for me to complain about something that like I know like one side or the other side will hate, but like everyone should be disgusted by like that level of like corporate hackery. Like either the minimum wage should be higher or the other thing, so. Where is this place? Oh. We needed to be more aggressive at dealing with this. that even their capital? North Island's their capital. Okay, sure. Baskin Robbins finds everything. Oh, it's a reference from Ant-Man. They do find everything. On Monday, minimum wage for fast workers in California jumped to $20. Statewide minimum wage is $16, although municipalities, including San Diego, have slightly higher base pay for workers. Yeah, so it's getting a little bit better in California. Also, but you're seeing more automation happen as well in the fast food industry as a consequence. Which, like, this is how it works. Like, when you increase minimum wage, you, like, decrease the number of jobs available, but, like, yeah. I think Europe is not controversial to say that if you can't afford to pay people enough to live and not require benefits, you don't deserve to be in business. In America, it's controversial. But, like, also Walmart is huge. Like, the Walmart thing specifically, like, just uber disgusts me that they teach you how to apply for food stamps as part of their onboarding. Because they expect you to apply for food stamps because they're not giving you enough money to live off of, and they know you will qualify for food stamps even if you're working full-time. Like, it's just absolutely insane. Yeah, we should have landed this guy forever ago. I don't think we want to give up North Island, though, for free. But this war with Germany is going to be super long. That we're kind of getting ready for. Here with the trench works. It's going to be a super slog. We're going to see, yeah, release Hanover, Brunswick, Saxony, cut them in half, and then try and get our relationships back up. The relations are not even that good right now, so maybe we bankroll them a little. We'll bankroll them after. It'll be much cheaper to bankroll them after they collapse. And then here we just push through. It was interesting we couldn't land South Island, I think, but alright, let's move this fleet over to here and make sure we get our fleets in place, kind of, because they're going to be the longest moving thing. These guys are in the right spot. Let's move these guys over here. God damn it. I don't think that necessarily breaks us, but it is a little bit annoying. Because we wanted to reduce autonomy on some people before we decked on Germany. And so now we don't have an opportunity to do that because we're fighting in this defensive war and all of our subjects are on our side, so this means that we cannot reduce autonomy on them. Next, in 1.7, you will be able to make it so that they don't have to join on your side, which would eliminate this kind of play pattern, which is going to be super cool. On the other hand, in your EU country, we have mandatory government pension funds, which have 0% interest rate at all times. Yeah. But think of the mom and pop mega corporations. To be fair, Walmart, I don't know if it's still this way, but it used to be like mom and pop owned. It was just huge. The food stamp thing sounds like a sick joke from South Park. Yeah, no, it's not. This is just how it is. I super hate it. Like, and I think it's so it's so stupid that, I mean, it's just indicative of corporate hackery, because, like, this is the exact type of thing that, like, Republicans rail on. The liberals are like, oh, we want everyone to have, like, a living wage and, like, this type of thing, right? And so, okay, well, then we should increase the minimum wage or whatever. But the Republicans are like, you know, we don't want to pay for we don't want to pay for the handouts. We're literally, as a consequence of minimum wage being low, we're paying corporations handouts and subsidizing, like, the government is effectively subsidizing Walmart. It's just... and you know what? There would be probably less greeters. There would be less jobs if you, like, took it away too, but, like, it's, like, it's too bad. Like, maybe people don't need to be greeted when they join, like, when they walk into Walmart. Can we switch? No. Now we're unitary. Big nice. So now we have much more authority. So with that authority, I think... I mean, we could just put in a consumption tax. I think what we do is... mass migrations pull into adjacent states as well, right? Gelre is adjacent to all three of these states, so maybe... we greener grass Gelre to try and get more... Actually, Holland is also adjacent, and we've built up more in Holland. But maybe we need more guys in Gelre anyway. That is dystopian as hell. It is dystopian as hell. That's like something that like, but it's just, it's indicative of like the level of corporate hackery there is, because both parties, like in terms of like their mission statements and what they say they care about, would not want like that to be a thing where we're subsidizing Walmart, right? But Walmart has lobbies, and so Walmart's lobbies pay, and in return we get situations like this. The lobbies pay, and so then the politicians do nothing. And this happens in like a lot of different spheres, or the politicians actively like help to make it so that there's like this discrepancy so that the government will be subsidizing the wage. And so like that's why I'm a single issue voter, or I've become a single issue voter, which is really hard sometimes because yeah, but the only thing I like vote on the basis of is pulling money out of politics. Okay, us swapping to unitary was a little bit of a hit in terms of we were quite enjoying the decreased bureaucracy cost. Alright. I think we just do this, though. We just push 51s. Nah, maybe that's not ideal. Let's see, let's sort by job seekers, see which has a lot of job seekers. We see La Paz has a lot. And we'll just push up in some of these. And that should way more than cover it. That's probably gratuitous. We also never did that. Investing in Hawaii. Okay. Well, we'll do the surveys once we get through some stuff. I mean, I think we can declare the war now. Can we not? Oh, we can't because we're in the middle of war. Got it, got it, got it. But we're about to not be. And so we could try and liberate Hanover. Okay, but let's take a look at strategic regions. I think this is all going to be in the same North Germany strategic region, but if it's not, then we need to have a think about where it's going to matter. So, yeah, it's all going to be North Germany. Okay. Alright, Bengal is likely to help them is one problem. That is one problem. How big is Bengal? 100 battalions, 500 conscripts. USA can't help. They owe us an obligation. Remember to reduce autonomy? That's right. Oh, we can't because it's defensive with this. I mean, we have Confed and British Republic on our side too, so... Let's do this. Maybe we should have saved. Oh well, whatever. In case things get weird. Free country, Brunswick. I think we're gonna make it, primary. And then we gotta liberate also Saxony. And then we are going to just recruit up the Florida men conscripts here. I think we're gonna put in this Belgian army here. We're gonna keep these guys in reserve for landing. Gonna move these guys over here. Mobilize these guys. Where are you guys from? What's your story? Alright, we'll just leave those guys there for now. But they are fearful. They're worried, as they should be. We can make this primary, but I think we want to keep a little bit of maneuvers. We can reload if they just, like, back down to this. I don't think they back down to this, though. I think that seems really unlikely. We have the additional 50 stack over here, or we will. These guys, just in case something crazy happens. They're very unlikely to land, so we could probably put the defensive stack on there as well. But Italy sides with the German Empire, except they leave immediately because no front's been created. Yeah, Italy sides and abandons. Transfer states. Oh, we forgot to try and trade state to them. But they want that state, because they have a claim there. That's funny, that's cute. Definitely... Italy's spazzing out here. Italy definitely spazzing out. Could get Nicaragua for free here. I assume we want to do this. I guess we'll see if anyone sides in a particular way. And we get trench works. Basically right on time. We'll upgrade all the units. I guess we're bankrolling Italy now. I assume we want to side with actually the Council Republic one anyways, so... And then this tiny little Dutch stack, I think we'll send, or this North African stack, I think we'll send to Nicaragua, but also the other one. So I think that'll be good for us. A little bit of a free subject there. Are these guys defensive? No, we'll put this guy on defend. We'll keep this guy on advance because he's experienced offensive planner, but we'll see how it was going to go for. Thought you'd go for Austria first? No, we don't need to... Austria, we don't need to reduce autonomy on anymore. We just need them as a dominion. If they're a dominion, then we can still click the button to form Central Europe. Found an interesting comment recently talking about how politicians should get paid the median wage in the country and not more, even if they get excess money from other sources. That's an interesting one. I think you want the politicians... You want to create an environment where the politicians get paid a healthy amount, but not a lot. So you want a situation where... Because if they get paid too little, this incentivizes corruption. So you don't want them to get paid too little. And I don't know if median is too little, but I anticipate median in America would be too little. And simultaneously, you don't want them to get paid too much because you don't want going into politics to be a lucrative thing from a money-making perspective, which it is because of the legalized corruption. But you don't want it to be lucrative from a money-making perspective because then it attracts the types of people that are going to engage in corruption more often. So it's actually... the ideal wage for public officials is a bit of a tenuous balance because you're trying to do multiple things simultaneously. Like, you have multiple equilibriums you're trying to avoid, or, like, multiple thresholds you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid way too much money, because then it attracts the wrong people, or way too little money, because then it really incentivizes corruption. It's funny how everyone else's wages are decided on market negotiation, while politicians decide their own salaries. Yeah, there's obvious conflict of interest there. And they're also the ones who get to decide whether or not they're allowed to trade stocks. They shouldn't be allowed to trade stocks. This is, like, also one of the reasons why, like, I'm single issue on it, is because, like, I think that the reason we have a bunch of hacks is because the system incentivizes the hackery, and so... the solution, however uncomfortable, is like ripping off the band-aid and voting for politicians with whom you disagree with on a lot of other issues, but you think they are correct because they want to get money out of politics, and you're like, well, you know, here we go. So, I haven't seen the queue go absolutely ballistic yet on electricity this run, which is super, super, super nice. Maybe we mobilize the home conscripts? I don't think we need them. I think we're gonna go for war reparations as well here. And then make war reps primary, probably. Or make this primary. Yeah, okay. There basically is no chance that it backs down, and everything should be kind of set in stone in terms of what's going on. So we should be pretty good on that front. Let's check the market to see if anything's just... yeah, so we just constructed a bunch of glass, so the lead is probably auto-producing, but we can help it out. Let's sort by peasants, see where we have a lot of peasants. Unfortunately, these areas do not have a lot of available labor, but places like Lima and Jujuy, or they do not have qualifications. Lima and Jujuy do have qualifications, so we'll build up there. Just hope that they can kind of push on up. This place has it all. We're kind of hurting for bureaucracy and we're not hurting for authority, so we'll do that. Benjar. We do see a little bit of this, which fortunately we have this tiny little army, which can help us out with this. So that'll be nice. Nice to have these tiny little armies sometimes. I think that, like, a lot of little 5 stacks is a little silly, but it's good. Confederation of the Rhine-Miss region. Yeah. Oh, it's yours already? Regarding Austria? Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking about annexing Austria. Yeah, we don't need to... We already have it. It's just not... Yeah. Yeah. I know it's impossible to develop a fair structure without corruption bias, but truthfully, politicians need performance-based pay. I think I'd be okay with that in the abstract. The problem is a lot of things sound good, like, when you just, like, say them out loud, but then, like, you look at what actual implementation looks like, and it's like, it doesn't have the effects that you would want it to have. We're just looking to push up some ports in some areas. I think Boss Congo is going to be an okay one. Let's do some of that. Because we are suffering from this. But yeah, I would be fine with them getting a performance-based pay in the abstract. Ruhr gets a bunch of negative effects. Yeah, baby, let's go. Eat it. But, like, people talk about cops should get paid, like, much, much less, and that's not the case, in my opinion, because it incentivizes corruption. It might be the case they should get paid less, but not, like, way less. Just like, I think that median income is actually probably too low for politicians. I think they should probably get paid more. How did you manage to land the UK? We didn't. Although landing the UK is like definitely something you could do. If you have a front with them elsewhere with guys assigned and you just assign them all to defense and you don't let them loan out their armies, UK will send a lot of army and won't leave too much behind, and then you can land them. But we didn't land the UK. We waited until they revved and we reverse swayed onto the rev, and that's how we got the UK. No Wall Street in Norway. Yep. It's definitely a lot of problems are also problems of size. Like, the bigger your country gets, the more corruption becomes possible. But the corruption's legalized corruption. Had our ministers back down because their husbands have traded? Yeah. Like, well, like, back in the day, what's his name? Sold the peanut farm. I forget the name of the U.S. president that no one dislikes. Jimmy Carter. He sold his peanut farm because it was a conflict of interest before becoming president. We need more. I'm probably gonna vote for him as like a kind of protest vote. I'm deciding between Jimmy Carter and whichever candidate looks like it's in third place, because I'm not voting for either Trump or Biden. How would you gauge the performance of a politician? Yeah, this is the thing. A lot of things are like outside politicians' controls. Like the fact that there was global inflation as a result of like things is like outside of the control of a lot of politicians. So if you rate it based on like job growth or like inflation or like this type of thing, then obviously like all of the like it's not the politician's fault that it was like that. You know what I mean? Alright, I think we try and land in Prussia over here with this 50 stack. Or with the 100 stack. We're gonna move them on over. The 50 stack should be really good at clearing out guys, though. And this stack, this should get bigger and bigger. I don't really see too much of an army defending. We are gonna have to churn through some navies, but that'll be okay. And we'll try and get another landing up here in like Schleswig-Holstein probably. Let's see what we can do. Oh, Canada. Dun, 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 dun. We can ask for an obligation from Canada. I mean, the obligation's kind of free. It does put us in charge of the war though. And maybe that's gonna break our ability to do stuff. Probably not. This is probably just a free obligation. Let's just get the obligation and reset attitude if they have a negative one. What do I think about UBI? I think that it is an interesting idea that probably needs more testing. I don't think there's enough information on UBI to like form a strong evaluation. I think that the nature of the changes in human economy is such that there's so much automation occurring that eventually UBI will become a necessity. But I don't know if we're there yet. Or at least unless you want to have like this, if economies become too polarized between haves and have-nots, the entire like social fabric collapses, and nobody likes that. I also think UBI is more meritocratic than other systems in some cases, because like, so if you have entitlement programs and people are abusing the entitlement programs, then that's not good. But if you have UBI and everyone gets the UBI and you reduce the entitlement programs by a similar amount, then it's more fair, right? People might not like that, but yeah, this is going to be a bad outcome for them. What do they put in on us as their war goal? Probably return Wallonia. Okay, well, the run's dead if we lose this war, I suppose. Feared but not loved. Truth hurts. Dutch infamy decreased by 10. well, I mean, we would want to do this, but we just kind of hope they don't accept, because then we don't feel stupid. But we feel stupid if they accept, but we want to also do it. They didn't accept, though. Okay, cool. I think Canada is gonna handle putting guys on this front, so we're not going to need to, but maybe we put some guys from whatever these conflicts over there on the front. Like the 3 stack. Let's move that guy over. You take care of this. I love Jimmy. Yeah, no, I don't know anyone who dislikes Jimmy Carter. Very hello. Hey, Mangji Minotaur, how's it going? 3rd place guy is Brainworm Guy. Yeah, I might have to vote for Brainworm Guy, but it's like, it's also very clearly a protest vote. I also might vote for the guy, the African-American who's the professor, who's like way overly idyllic, and I would not be my ideal choice, but I forget his name. I might vote for him as well. Or I might just write in Jimmy Carter. The point is that neither Biden nor Trump are going to do anything about money in politics, and they've demonstrated in the past that they won't. So, and I am voting on a single issue parameters. So, I would vote for a white paper bag if they like repealed Citizens United. But the white paper bag's not going to do that, obviously. I don't know why, but I like Biden. Dude was given such a shitty hand, but kind of managed it fine. Yeah, I think Biden's done. I think Biden's done okay, which like is somewhat, I suppose, revealing about my position. I am not a fan of how he's overall in the aggregate handled foreign policy. I think there's a decent shot that the conflict in Gaza/Israel is kind of untenable for him politically, because the young progressives will get mad at him if he assists Israel, and then like half the Democratic Party will also get mad at him if he doesn't assist Israel, and so he's in a bit of a weird / no-win situation in regards to how he handles that, because either progressives are not going to come out and vote if he's like you know, too pro-Palestine, or you know, some more of the moderates won't come out and vote if he's not pro-Israel enough. So it's like this weird like thing he has to straddle. I had a game where everything was going great for the first 30 years, but I was building construction, but at some point iron got to 0%, but I couldn't afford more construction to up the price. Yeah, they usually start building consumer goods. Speaking of, we have to get our construction going a little bit more. We haven't done this metric in quite a while. We see food industries are kind of crashing. Let's get this to 51 then, I suppose. And then let's expand them in Holland a little bit. These are doing all right. Wild that we have peasants in Wallonia. But that'll bring us to economies of scale. These are kind of expanded them. Okay, let's add a bunch of this. Actually, this is 51 at F it. And then I think we're gonna add a smattering of these here and here. Here, Delray, Ika, sure. And our queue is kind of filling out now. So we're also gonna get better feedback from our queue now. Because the queue was like, iron prices were collapsing because we weren't constructing. I think we're gonna need a lot more railroads in kind of all these places though. Something like this, and then our queue is going again. What about everyone having a personal Android going to work instead of you? Wait, what? Oh, everyone having a machine that works instead of them? Yeah, well, like, it's complicated. But I think that as the human race gets more productive, I think the quality of life of the average person should probably be going up, and it's not. I mean, more people have refrigerators. If like the insipid metric that so many people use when they talk about, you didn't know how it was before industrialization, is like the number of refrigerators in homes, and it's like, okay. If you're counting based on refrigerators, if you're counting based on like people's satisfaction with their life, it's like way down. Although, to be fair, there's, like, other issues. There's confounding variables. It's like... Yeah. You need a brown paper bag. You view Biden as insanely weak on this world stage. I don't know if I'd say insanely, but I think that early on, Putin kind of tested with what would happen when he did the cyber attacks on the U.S., and the response was a little bit weak, and then he invaded Ukraine. But I think he was planning on invading Ukraine anyways. So, like, even if Biden's response was really strong, maybe he still invades Ukraine. So, I think that's more on Putin than on Biden, for example. Just, like, to be as abundantly clear, or as clear as possible. But I also didn't like that he talked super big game about the holding the Saudis responsible for Khashoggi, and then he like just handshakes them the second like it's like politically expedient to try and decrease the price of like oil because people are mad because gas is expensive. It's just like kind of a spineless rolling over. It's interesting to think how even German politics are being Trumpified, and how similar developments are happening in Germany, where Trump was to when Trump was elected in America. I think a big problem is the polarization that's being caused by social media. There's a solution: give it back to the UK. He will 100% support. He will get 100% support from map game enthusiasts while confusing the fuck out of everyone else. They don't know what to do. Are you talking about Israel? Jesus. Yeah, just give it to... Pull a King Solomon. You know, King Solomon, two mothers come, they both say that the baby's theirs. And King Solomon, you know, in his justice and authority is like, well then, we'll just cut the baby in half and you can each have a half. And then the mother who's like, no. You give it to that mother. The King Solomon action for Israel is just like, give it back to the UK. It's like the equivalent of cutting the baby in half. If neither of you can have it responsibly, nobody will have it. QAnon is strong in Europe, even though it makes no sense here. I also think there's a huge, like, there's two different types of echo chambers that are occurring simultaneously, where the liberal echo chamber, you are seeing all the reasonable liberals, or the left echo chamber, you're seeing all the reasonable people on the left and all the psychopaths on the right. And that's what the left sees in their echo chamber. And on the right, they are seeing all the reasonable people on the right and all the absolutely psychopathic people on the left. Of course, for a camera, I think it gets reversed for you, but you can understand what I'm saying, in that like everyone like thinks that the other side's a psychopath when it's like really not like the case. But also people are super like super echo chambers and are just generally also really misinformed about things, and the problem is also the level of confidence that people have when they have very limited information is just way too high. Actually, why don't we put this 50 stack over here so they can help usher in the naval invasion. And we're not going to sway for what you want. We're going to try and see if we can get something else. Probably try and get Benjar here. Or Benjar's already ours. That's Dutch East Indies, that's Sambas. We'll go for Sambas. We'll try and get all of Borneo for some nicer, neater borders. Starting to get pushed out over here. I think that we're going to recruit these guys up. And, once the conscripts happen, then yeah. It's not just because of Trump. Westerners are waking up everywhere. Well, I think we have to, like... We gotta raise the conscripts is what we gotta do. I think that the isolationist attitude is, like, a bad one. If that's what he's referring to. Yeah, I don't know if I would call Trump ideology waking up. Which perhaps, like, shows some of my hand, but I guess. But, like, the big thing I'm against is, like, the corporate, like, selling out more than anything else. Like, to make my position as clear as possible. Can you mobilize some? Thank you. So we can put you on a front so we can read the chat. They pushed us too hard. Yeah. When you're pushed, killing's as easy as breathing. Good old Rambo quote. Israel was rightful Vatican clay. Return it to the Vatican. That would really make everyone mad. That's like, you really want to make everyone super pissed. That's even better than giving it to Great Britain. Give it to the Vatican. If the Muslims and the Jews can't have it, we'll go to the Catholics. It's like the most cursed option possible. Like, actually. This is why we can't have nice things, basically. The bark eaters are the psychos. Bro, who's the bark eaters? I don't even know who that's referring to. There are psychopaths everywhere. Master Sam says, hey dude, found your Twitch account. Hey man, how's it going? Watch your Cold War era V3 mod videos some time ago. Hey, welcome to the stream. We did do some Cold War era stuff. I would do Cold War era if it was updated for this patch. How would you rate NL and the fun factor? NL. I don't know what NL is referring to. No Limit Hold'em? It's fun. I don't think that's what you're talking about, though. I have a sneaking suspicion you're not talking about No Limit Hold'em. Also, what I think that you Americans don't fully understand, you Americans, other people's cultures, surely, is that we in Europe do not have the same agency over our lives as you do. Yeah, so I mean, like, you said that people are waking up when they're like becoming more Trump-like. Like, I would have to specifically like know what issues you're talking about, you know, because like Trump has a lot of positions on a lot of different things, and I don't disagree with all of them. I just disagree with more than I agree on. I'm really not a fan of the lying about like everything thing, you know, and being super dishonest. Like, that's a little bit less my jam, you know, a little bit less my speed. Goat the dog, thank you for the follow, big nice. But yeah, I'm also super pro free speech. So, like, I would not call myself a free speech absolutist, but, hey, Mangy Minotaur, thanks for the follow, big nice. But, like, I think that I like the U.S.'s speech laws a little bit more than Europe's generally. If everyone is psycho, then no one is. No, they're definitely psychos. There are psychos on both sides, but what I'm saying is that the left represents... the left takes the psychos on the right, and the way that they are represented in the media and social media is such that that is everyone on the right. So they're all the psychos. And the right does the exact same parallel with the left. And so they just think that everyone's out of their freaking mind. So everyone thinks that everyone else is out of their mind. Did I just solve the human condition? We need more psychopaths? No, they're definitely psychopaths. They're definitely like... and psychopaths is definitely not the right word. I'm just talking about people whose conception of the politics and the way the world should be and the way that we should operate things is just absolutely, like, out of touch and, like, does not, like... is just, like, super wrong. The leftists love bark. Radical leftists. Okay, yeah. Europe used to be left-centrist. Now that we've become many right-leaning conservatives, we are new to this. Yeah, but, like, so as far as the Western world goes, like, even the liberals in the United States are generally more right-wing than, like, Europe. But relative to the entire world, all of, like, the Western world is way more left than the right. I see that you don't like protected speech. What? I like free speech. What do you mean? Like, in terms of, like, IRL? I don't like it in game. In game, it's bad because it cuts you off from doing a bunch of actions. As the government, it prevents you from squashing dissent. I don't think they're going to try and naval land us. So we're going to bring over some of the stacks to that side. Even things out. And then Germany's, I think Brandenburg is going to be their capital here. So now that we are going to have a little bit more agency in terms of pushing, I think we're going to land there. And then I think we're going to try and sneak in with this guy. And see if we can cause enough chaos to get some strong front pushes pretty quickly here. Do you believe in horseshoe theory? I think it's very interesting, and I definitely think that if you go too far right-left, you come out the other end. I've not heard this theory. That's maybe in it. I would probably need an example. Yeah, this is the best history in the history of deals. The free pipeline. Let's go, baby. I also think that there's, like, not, like, an objectively correct, like, position on the spectrum or whatever. So, like, that complicates things. I think that, like, some of my commitments to, like freedom and, like, meritocracy have, like, other things that if my values were different, it would not be worth the trade-off. But my values are what they are at. I personally think the Cold War era model is better than Cold War Project. That was my evaluation, but I haven't played Cold War Project in a while, so I don't know to what degree they've improved it. Since it updates way more and has a ton of new stuff. Oh no, wait, I think the reverse, Cold War Project. I haven't played Cold War Era in a while, though. You should try it out again. You should try it again sometime. Yeah, I probably should. I haven't tried it. I haven't played it in forever, though. Yeah. Yeah, you meant relative to the Western world. That's usually what people mean. They don't mean, like, relative to all the people on the planet. You, like, have to keep in mind, like, what, like, 1/6 of the world population or something like that. Like, I think it's, like, 1.5 billion out of 8 billion lives in China. And then a bunch live in India as well. And, like, they're way more conservative than the West. So, like, if you're relativizing it to, like, all of humanity, definitely way further on the left. I found the answer to the removal of politics. Remove all people. Fair. Squashing dissent is good if I do it. Yeah, basically. 100%. I'm glad you're picking up what I'm putting down. But, like, in game, like, the ability to exile agitators and invite them and this type of stuff is too... It's too useful to, like, not do stuff. Bengala backs down. Nice. Nice, Sue. Yeah, these guys are trying to shuffle around the stuff, I think. So they are struggling. Do they have a... Oh, they have a 154 stack defending against this itty-bitty naval landing. Yeah, they're just gonna get rolled up here, then. Sounds like more of an issue where people think they're left-right wing and simply don't understand what those things represent. Yeah, people also have really, really, really strong opinions on the government and politics and, like, this type of stuff, and, like, have never read a book on, like, any of it. And it's just, like... I mean, I have strong opinions. I've read a few books, but I'm, like, not an expert. I'm, like, willing to change my opinion, like, in the face of evidence. And also, like, with specific... When I talk about the abstract, I can be confident of, like, the values I think are good. But, like, when I talk about implementing specific things, like, honestly, like, I have to, like, you have to actually know, like, on the ground, how does the implementation of a thing work to know whether or not it's good. And so, like, I'm way less confident about specific implementations of ideas. I know that, like, in theory, I want to pull the money out of politics, and I can give examples that I find deeply problematic. But I also don't know exactly how, like, the legislation... I don't know how you would write the legislation to prevent the people from trading stocks, because their spouses can trade stocks. So how do you... Can you ban spouses trading stocks? Like, what is it... Like, how exactly can you do it? What about the kids? Like, the Chuck Schumer, like, he has 2 daughters. And one of them works for Amazon and the other for Facebook. And one of them, like, works as a lobbyist specifically. Should that be allowed? Should he be allowed to be in government? I mean, I think that people shouldn't vote for him because he's like has some serious conflict of interest in that regard, but like people vote for him, so yeah. You need to touch grass, BRB. Yeah, that might be true too. That might be the truth. The truth often hurts. The only correct place on the political spectrum is the one that allows you to have the best flag. Also true. Also true. We figured it out, boys. Well, say for example, Social Democratic Germany being almost authoritarian when it comes to free speech and stuff, even though it's very much left-wing. Yes. But I think that... Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. It's, you have to, like, relativize it to, like, countries a little bit. That would not be, like, left-wing for, like, the U.S. I mean, I think that free speech has problems. Believe me, like, I think it has problems, but I think that the freedom to do the thing is worth more than the fact that it causes problems. In the abstract general thing, but then what exactly, like, I don't think you should be allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater, so then we have to think about how exactly to do the laws, and like how to exactly make the laws such that it captures like actions we think are too far and allows actions we, you know, make us uncomfortable and that we don't like but aren't too far. That's one of the problems with free speech is almost everyone who like says that they like free speech, they instantly stop defending it when people are saying stuff they don't like. As well, I try really hard not to do that. Like, there's a lot of people who I don't like who say stuff, and I'm like, I mean, they should still be allowed to say it. It's kind of funny seeing Americans calling Democrats lefties or even far leftists when you've actually never had a true leftist. Yeah. This is true. We're not like not a leftist in the same way you guys understand it, but relative to the rest of the world, still on the left. I mean, of course, Democrats are more to the left of Republicans, but it's always way to the more, but they are still more right than many political parties out of the USA. Well, but like the Europeans who come in and comment this, right, are forgetting that like China and like India. Like huge population centers, huge swaths of the what is it? It's like you're drawing a circle and you're being critical of thinking of it, USA people for thinking of just the USA, and when you widen it to think of the West, then everyone in the USA is like more conservative. But if you widen it more to include all of humanity, the entirety of the left is like more liberal. In Norway, close family can't trade stocks. Yeah, I think that's the way it should be. I think it's an imposition on freedom. I would need to think more on, like, if I think that level of imposition is appropriate. I think it is, but, like, I mean, like, be more confident in my evaluation. That's also relative, though, ain't it? Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And also, you could relativize it to humans throughout history, which would be a whole nother thing. Right? Like, because the notion that we, like, all the humans today have it better figured out is, like, well, I mean, I do think we have better well, I think if you have a particular set of values that a lot of people in our countries do have, we have it better figured out, but not everyone has those egalitarian values. I mean, that's, like, where I'm coming from. China is conservative culturally, not economically. It's more of a whole another world of cultural standards. Yeah, it's very unlike a socialist country to be so patriotic. Well, China is now like a capitalism, but it's like a state-run capitalism. Like, it's not like a communism anymore. Like, in terms of how they call themselves communists, but like in terms of how like the situation actually runs. But it's also like it's very weird to describe how it works. Like, the state owns a bunch of enterprises that compete with private firms, but the state also props them up, and so this type of stuff. But they, like, decide prices based on market forces. They don't have price controls like they used to, like in the 60s or whatever. Yeah. Conflict of interest is bad, but within a democracy, you should always be allowed to vote for someone who might be conflicted. Yep, awareness is better than regulation. Yeah, well, but one of the complexities here is like social media raises like really interesting problems as well, because what happens when people can control awareness? Like if you look at what happened with the Cambridge Analytica stuff, and you can like buy elections through like affecting what enters people's attention and awareness and this type of thing, and it's like it also gets complicated. In principle, I agree with you, though, that people should be allowed to vote for shitty candidates. And if we get... Which is also why, like, I think, in a theoretical sense, a system of government that was... that somehow got the more intelligent people to vote and excluded the less intelligent people might theoretically be better. But in practice, I think that just leads to problems, and that democracy is just better. But in theory... such a system might be better. Yeah, we're pushing in on Germany here. It's gonna be Jover for Germany, boys. Independent Socialists, is that a new party? I don't see it in the thing. Independent Socialists. What? Is it spawning now? Is it not spawned yet? Okay. It's just insanely alien how you think of freedom of speech. I think there's a level of indoctrination to hold so tight to the stereotypical American values. I mean, I have quite a bit of, like... In university, I took a course on philosophy of language, and we talked a lot about what constituted a speech act and what constituted harm, and these sorts of things in relation to whether or not speech should be regulated or not on the basis of it causing harm. And one of the problems is you can correlate some of the like factors that are perhaps negative, but you also have to, you can't like run an experiment in the abstract where you look at what would happen to a society if you institute a certain speech thing without that experiment being the actual society itself. I think that, like, you would have to give me an example. I don't think that every speech act should be allowed under freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is this general thing. But I think that in general, you should be allowed to do it. Like, and you'd have to give me, like, we could evaluate it on a case-by-case basis in order to try and figure out, like, where the lines are. But I don't think it's universal if you're trying to characterize my position. But I also think that the USA is closer to what I would want than Europe. Generally speaking, in terms of how I understand Europe's free speech laws, which is, to be honest, not that well. Is Confederation of the Rhine and Republic of Britain a subject? Yeah, dog. Here's the market, baby. Also, we don't really think that the USA is that much of a democracy, to be honest, because the government is made of two parties. Yeah, I hate two-party system. I think people should vote for third parties. No other party wins here ever. Yeah, there's not coalition governments, this type of thing. I think the parliamentary system's probably better, with a pretty low degree of confidence, but parties have to form coalitions to win elections, and there's a multitude of political ideology. Yeah, I think the two-party system's a problem, and I think it allows and facilitates and is entrenched partially because of the selling out of to corporate interests. I think it's a really big problem. That's why, like, I'm single issue on getting money out of politics. Democracy is dumb and the state is pure evil. Can you choose me a nation, please, to play as? Persia. No, wait, not Persia. Persia's gonna be good next patch. South American country. Colombia. I've never argued for intelligence-based voting, but I do slightly support informed-based voting. It's okay to vote for something I disagree with, but morally questionable to vote based on lies. Yeah, so the thing is, democracy is better when we have a smarter electorate. I wish we had a smarter electorate. I don't know what to do about it, though. But yeah, but like, I only am a fan of it in a theoretical sense. In a practical sense, what you get is you get like Jim Crow laws where like they ask the African Americans how many jelly beans are in the jar, and they don't ask the white people how many jelly beans are in the jar, and then the African Americans are like, well, you didn't know how many jelly beans were in the jar, you can't vote, and it's like, that's a problem. Also, people who say that we're experiencing like Jim Crow because people like aren't allowed to give other people in line water bottles and acting like it's the equivalent of being asked to to tell them how many jelly beans are in the jar. It's like not even remotely close to the equivalent. But people are just like exaggerating. And are mad because they lost. On the basis I'm anti-IQ or intelligence-based stuff, I would be probably anti-IQ stuff. I would want it to be some sort of true, like, not, like, IQ has problems with it as a scale. I think it's also the best scale of intelligence, so... But, like, the inability to properly measure intelligence is one of the reasons why I would not want an intelligence-based meritocracy in a practical sense, but only in a, like, theoretical sense. Concerning freedom of speech, I support it as long as it doesn't involve threats of violence and harassments towards being or group. Well, the problem is harassment's a little ambiguous, right? What is harassment? Exactly. The thing is I don't think that something should be... thank you, Shardik TV, for the follow. And... oh no, we got another boop boop. The thing hasn't caught up yet. Did we get a... oh no. I really gotta fix... no, connect with Twitch. My stream elements is logged out for whatever reason. I apologize if I missed something that you just booped. Yeah, so like... I generally think threats of violence, if they are inappropriate. But Shardik TV, thank you for the follow. Was that the one? Okay. But like harassment is so vague. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't like something that's like vague and gonna be subjective. I also don't think Beastco, okay, thank you for the follow. Slavery is just its own topic across the world. It was a wild affair. What? Okay, but back to, like, so there are people on the left who think that speech acts constitute violence. So if I call you a dum-dum, there are people on the left who think that certain speech acts that are insulting towards other people because they cause emotional harm constitute violence, and so they should be banned. I like highly disagree with that, because something causing emotional harm is going to be subjective, and the more sensitive you are, the easier it is to cause you emotional harm, and so you can't have a standard of behavior that is easy and knowable to a person, and so it's not easy to follow like such a law. And so like the like when I end up finding it like more problematic, what the things look like are like so a good example is Milo Yiannopoulos. I think Milo Yiannopoulos, he was a provocateur, and specifically talking about the speech he gave at Berkeley that resulted, or he was going to give, that resulted in a massive riot. When the protesters gave their reasoning for why they violently erupted, it was that the speech that Milo Yiannopoulos was going to give was hateful and was inflammatory and was going to cause harm to, and harm in like some sort of emotional / potentially realizable in IRL action. It was going to cause harm, and on that basis it justified it was appropriate to respond with violence, like physical violence, like rioting, because in order to prevent that other type of speech violence by Milo Yiannopoulos. I think that is grossly inappropriate way of interpreting what Milo is doing. I also think Milo was like just obviously like a huge troll, and people should just like have not paid attention to him. But like, also I think he's funny, or he was. Now he's like he's fallen off. He's not really funny anymore. But the point is that the type of logic where you are viewing other people's speech acts as violence in itself, and a violence that is of the same kind of physical violence, such that it justifies physical violence, the underlying philosophy that allows you to view things like that, if that philosophy is informing what should be a legal speech act or not, like, I'm out. I'm not about that. Like, that's not, like, the level of enforcement I want. I do not want, like, enforcement on the basis of hurt feelings. By harassment, I mean, for example, misogyny, racism, religious prejudice, etc. And by prejudice, I mean exclusion from civil rights. Yeah, I don't think anyone should be excluded from any sort of civil rights that, like categorically. But that's different than harassment, I think. I think exclusion from civil rights is different than from harassment. If I tell someone I think they're an idiot repeatedly, I think I'm just an asshole. I don't think that should be against the law. And if I tell someone I think they're an idiot because, like, well, so now we're getting into a different thing, but, like, because they belong to a particular religion and not another, I don't think that should be against the law. I just think I'm an asshole, and they should just get away from me because I'm being an asshole. And so, like, yeah. And so this is what I'm talking about in the abstract. Like, it's easy to talk about things in the abstract, and it's harder to talk about things, like, much, much more specifically. Because, like, I don't have a clear, like, delineated line I could give you on, like, the speech acts I think that should be limited. But the ones that cause an immediate physical violence, I have a problem with. Like, so, or physical damage. So, yelling fire in a crowded theater, for example. I meant that you guys are center political discourse around said values to an extent that it becomes numbing. Well, I think that framing happens a lot more with, like, conservatives around free speech. I don't think that I'm primarily talking about free speech. I'm talking about it here, but, like, in terms of, like, issues of importance... Oh, hey! Russian restoration happening. In terms of issues of importance, I think that, like, us sending weapons to Ukraine is way more important than, like, free speech. I also don't think free speech is getting trampled on like most of the Republicans do in the US. Like, I think we could for the most part say what we want. Harassment. Noun. To discuss doing a Turtle Island run but never get around to it. Example, journalists indicated doing a Turtle Island run but instead just did Japan, Belgium, and Qing runs. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the theme in Europe right now. They're trying to go full-on censor any speech that doesn't fit in the leftist agenda. I also think that the way that... I think that one problem, though, is that the way that people are treating free speech is captured by the conservative media in general is, like, taking up one instance of, like, just this, like... let's call it a lefty going crazy, and saying that this is indicative of what all the people on the left want. And I don't think that it's necessarily representative. Alright, we're gonna have these guys start pushing. We're pushing more. Yeah, we'll keep the defensive guys on defense. We'll get some more battles here. Can you name a car for an edit? Can you name a car for an edit? I don't know what the request is here. I'm not understanding your request, to be honest. I like the Hyundai Veloster, I suppose, as a vehicle. Bahamas, Bermuda, Singapore, Gambia, Inner Mauritania, British Guinea. We want to take whatever has the most territory, because that way they'll be easier to annex later. I think Newfoundland has some resources and would be kind of nice to have, though. We could see what we could get from Russia here. Russia's degraded to being a major power. I mean, we're getting closer to being able to subjugate Russia too, baby. We'd ask for an obligation here. That's probably what we'll do. Yeah, and then we'll just peace out of the war immediately. I don't support total freedom of speech. Yeah, I don't support... Yeah. Oh, you're responding to him. For example, in the USA, it's legal to form a neo-Nazi group online and express racist ideals. I don't support the right to express ideas. Yeah, so that would be a point where I'm not liking what they're saying, but I think they should be allowed to do it. But mainly because I think that if we lived in a... if we lived in a Nazi society, right, I would be a fan of being allowed to spread the reverse ideology. Like, if the government was... allowed the spreading of the reverse, right? So I'm trying not to be for something when it's something I agree with and against something when it's something I don't. I think we can probably set these on auto-expand if they're not already. I think they already all are, just auto-expanding when they can. Yeah. Ugh. Feels bad, man. Alright, let's try and get, let's take a look where we have most peasants. Niger Delta. Western New Guinea is incorporating and has a lot of peasants. It's kind of the only one that's incorporating that has a lot of peasants. Libyan Desert, too, but... I think Tripoli we want to incorporate. Niger Delta. I mean, I guess we could maybe push up, specifically, food here? Oh, bro, but why can't you recruit up? I guess we could do clothes. I mean, we do have dyes and rubber. We could also do tools. Tools is probably always good. Let's just put down 10. And maybe we can get something out of that. And then... resources are, like, almost never bad. So why don't we push economies of scale on some of these? And then also some railways, because we do see there's some infra problems. I guess it's just there. But that'll keep things going a little bit as we try and keep up with stuff. Find them. Let's ban all the leftists from speaking in public if we're on that track. Wait, what? The leftists aren't Nazis. What? I think that Janala, if you're trying to like have like a productive discussion, which like that might not be what you're trying to do. You know, like, being, like, inflammatory towards the other side in general, like, people just aren't going to, like, you're not going to find middle ground, which that might not be what you're trying to do, but, like, if your goal is to have a productive discussion, you know what I mean? It's indoctrinated sense. I don't... yeah, well... I don't think it's insane what Germany does, where they, like, prevent people from, like, forming Nazi groups. I just don't, like, I don't think that's up to the law to regulate as much as society. Would you consider a challenge one where each time you hear a loud car, you have to release one of your largest releasables? God, that'd be a nightmare. That would be just a run of trying to conquer every sort of state that is not a releasable. That would just be, like, a weird jigsaw puzzle. Where we're just trying to conquer unreleasable states. Getting Russia as a puppet would be crazy. We're not that far off. They still have to pay us a bankroll. We're gonna wreck them. Oh my god, you're a libertarian after all. Yeah, but the libertarians would not like how I look at corporations. If you're plus wanting me for being a libertarian, you like you might wanna go back to the drawing board a little bit. Not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying, like, a lot of libertarians would not be a fan of, like, the level of corporate regulations that I think should occur. Why are we not pushing on this front, man? Or we're pushing super slow. I guess we're pushing now. We didn't have enough generals on push. Why is this guy coming off the front? Oh, we want you here, dog. Oh, you are going there? Wow, that's kind of a weird route. Okay, but yeah, we're trying to push into here. All radical ideas known to humankind of causing suffering should be banned. But that includes communism, fascism, anarchism, and theocracy. Who gets to decide what's a radical idea that causes suffering? Because, like, if you're already living in a theocracy, their evaluation would be that the atheism is causing the problem, right? And then, like, how do you know in, like, some sort of objectively provable sense that your ideas are right and the other guys are wrong? And like I'm not a fan of. I'm a fan of a secular society. I think any society that banned religion would just be like, which is kind of what you're suggesting, would be deeply problematic because it'd create a group that could not. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's bad. I think that that would create the very persecution that many appeals to, like, atheism or secularism, like, are trying to avoid, like, the religious persecution. It would just be in the other direction. How about abolishing the state so you won't have a Nazi taking over it? Abolish the state. I think the state needs to protect citizens from large corporations, and that's, like, one of the important goals. Also, they need to enforce private property. I think private property is an important institution. I think that's, like, one of the state's major responsibilities. Do you have any tips for beating the Ottomans in Greece? I'm really struggling to form Byzantium. You gotta try and get help from Austria or Russia, and if you join their markets, it can be a lot easier. Sure, we could try that. I remember the satire party in Germany who wanted to ban poverty and enact protections for the rich. Its translated name is the party. Didn't someone in Germany, like, win, like, a comedian or something? And the borders. Oh, for regarding libertarianism? Yeah, I'm pro-open borders. Like a good libertarian. Or I'm pro-freedom of movement, rather, not open borders. I think that in order to say someone doesn't have the right to travel through an area, you should, the onus is on you to give a reason. Not enormously protective of that position, though. But I think that, like, if someone's a criminal, you should be allowed to deny them access to your country, for example. But if someone wants to work in your country and they're willing to work and they have someone who's wanting to employ them, that shouldn't be a problem. That's just shallow, which we are to begin with. If we banned the Nazi symbols, very rightfully so, then do we do the same thing to the British flag? Wait, what? I'm confused. Looks like that's gonna push in kind of pretty easily. Why don't we send these guys over just in case? It's weird. Ugh, we can't promote these guys anymore. The Florida Man Army is too big. One cannot contain all this power. One cannot contain so much Florida. Okay, by the way, I study law at the university here, and I discuss many points of view. It's funny and annoying how I'm called a fascist by communists and a communist by the fascists. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about with the people, they hear a position, they hear to the right or left of theirs, and this is what I'm talking about. The conservatives view all the liberals as being absolute psychopaths because they take a look at all the psycho-liberals and they say this is representative of all the liberals. And the liberals do the exact reverse with conservatives, and so they think that instantly, like, you're a communist or a fascist, which is, like, wild. You meant enforcing the borders. Yeah, oh, you meant enforcing the border. Yeah, so the libertarian position is generally a freedom of movement one, like the actual libertarian position, which is, I am a fan of. I mean, I think whatever laws are in place should be enforced, but I think that the laws that should be in place should be, like, really, really aggressive to allowing work visas in a way that they're not. I think you should be able to do background checks, though, but that's now starting to get to an implementation problem, where I don't know the details of how implementation of border policy works. Like, I think we should be allowed to look into who's trying to enter and know something about them. But I also think if they want to enter, it's the onus is on the state to provide a reason for why they can't if they are going to say that they can't. Yeah, that industry's gonna collapse though soon. I mean, we could just do this in Wallonia. One problem is also, like, a whole ton of people who could be working are now mobilized. So it's a little harder for us to tell where the available labor is. There we go. We'll need a couple more railways. In theory, we also, the more overseas we have to go, the less we want to build somewhere. As far as I know, the state creates monopolies. Subsidize big corporations, and people can protect their private property by the means of private rights enforcement agencies and personal weapons, etc. That is kind of a libertarian position I disagree with. Yeah, I think that the state protecting private property is a good thing. I think it's possible a lot of libertarians would disagree with me on that. Although I think a lot might agree. I don't really know. But I think that it's a problem that the state is, rather than protecting citizens from corporations, they instead protect the corporation from the citizens. And I think it should be the other way around. So I think money should get pulled out of politics. Communism and fascism have caused too much suffering to humankind. What good is it to allow their freedom of speech and dislike if they ever got in power? If so, we're screwed. I mean, you could argue capitalism has caused a bunch of damage to humankind. Like, a lot of the data points are, like, correlative on that ground. And, like, I think the point is, like, having discourse. And also, like, a lot of people are just, like, anti-authoritarian in general, and whatever system you have, they will find a system that opposes it and support that. So, like, if you eliminated, like, supporting communism or fascism, you would find some other, like, anti-authoritarian or anti-establishment, like, type of narrative. I mean, I think a lot of people, there's, like, a lot of younger people now who are, like, communists, and then they haven't read any theory, and it's, like, or, like, really studied, like, economics, and it's curious to me why, like, they're communist, and it's because they're, like, anti-authoritarian or anti-establishment. And so, like, you're not going to remove the anti-establishment, like, type of attitude by just banning particular, like, ideologies. Also, they just call it something else. Is focusing on manufacturing a viable strategy? Yeah, you generally, if you have very low presence, 100% this is what you do. Yep. You focus on manufacturing if you have very low population, but you also try and do things such that you'll generate a lot of population as well, so that you can solve the problems that's being created. These guys went to the wrong freaking front, man. But it's looking like we're gonna enforce pretty soon here on Germany. We can also capitulate out of this anytime we want, but it's making Russia be genial towards us, so we can invite them to our customs union. Get that intra-market migration. But yeah, this is the end for them. Or the beginning of it, at least. We're just pushing through. Yeah. and now this is enforcement. So we will have split Germany in half. So like a tread on me lightly kind of position. You're talking about me in terms of libertarianism. I think that I would argue that my position is that in terms of values, I'm very similar to a libertarian in that I am meritocratic and freedom oriented. It's just I disagree with a lot of libertarians' evaluations on what constitutes an imposition on freedom and what constitutes an external force, and also the role of government relative to like corporations. Yeah. I don't think you can have a discourse with radical leftists. Janela is capping. Yeah. Yep. We do see the Kappas. Kappa's confirmed. We got a baboop, but we haven't seen what it's about yet. The truth really hurts. You gotta touch grass now, more like go for a walk. See you people later. See you later, man. You tried. You failed. Now you rest. Tried to have a productive discussion. That was your first mistake. You went to the internet for... I don't support private property, really, but if you're going to have a capitalist society, then you absolutely need government to protect private property or the system falls to pieces. That's kind of my evaluation. You can't just let people take stuff from other people. Or I do not want to live in a society where violence determines who owns what. I mean, at the end, violence does determine it, because the government, if you take something from someone else, they'll take it away from you. So, like, at the end of the line, eventually there is violence, but I think the government should have a monopoly on that violence. So, let's stand down all these conscripts too, huh? I do not think we're going to get involved in a war instantly where we're going to need them. And then we're going to also bankroll the German Empire. The German Empire, of course, is going to have some very, very big problems. But that's not our problem, that's their problem, huh? Boom! Their market's been split in half. Big nice. Complete isolation. We do want to go after these guys. I think we'll start bankrolling them. Because we could still protectorate them, and then we could just incorporate them into Confederation of the Rhine. I think. Or do we get bricked if these guys become not a great power? I'm not sure exactly. We can both Switzerland and the custom union using the obligation we have with them. I think we're going to, that's going to make it so we are going to stop bankrolling them as well. Private rights enforcement agencies, bro. That's called, like, having the goon squad. That's, like, literally, like... If you want to see what private property enforcement agencies look like, the best example is gangs. Because they can't go to the government to enforce the private property, and so instead, like if I own a Home Depot, and you own a Lowe's, and you take something from you, I don't go over to your Lowe's and break your knees. But if we have to privately enforce stuff, then that's exactly how that plays out. Are you on mass conscription, national militia? No, we're not on mass conscription. We're on national militia, yeah. Not only do I think it's viable, I think it's probably optimal. We're gonna stay on it. We're on national militia, National Guard for maximum conscripts. That's the worst part. I think I'm allergic to grass. Ugh. The memes are never ending. Imagine people saying I can't own property, thus no discourse needed or possible. I don't think anyone said that. Enjoy your YouTube content. Hey, Chiasm. Thank you. Figured I'd be here to support. Thank you so very much. I think that... Let's see our dashboard. Yeah, I heard the notification noise, but then I didn't see what popped up. If you gave a donation, thank you very much. My stuff is, like, broken. You, okay, you subbed. Thank you so very much, Chiasm. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you. Generalist Gaming Chef, what are we cooking today? We are cooking Subjugating Great Britain and Austria. Almost getting Russia, too. We could have gotten Russia, too, if it wasn't for those meddlesome kids. If it wasn't for those meddlesome kids. And we're at 3 infamy. And we're guaranteed liberties. Are radicals a problem? I don't think radicals are that big a problem, to be honest. We do get a free reform government here, though. We'll probably go up to something a little bit more legitimate. Since we passed the law we wanted to pass, right? Or we can't pass... We can't pass this. Yeah, we'll just go to the most legitimate thing. Still want to get a guy in charge who, in charge of the Communist Party that has a better trait, but none of our generals are rolling communists, so. I'm assuming it was laid, the foundations were laid in Flanders. They were not. Wallonia? Bruh, where's our skyscraper site? In Flanders? Okay, it was in Flanders. Oh, it's just in a different part of the UI. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and as soon as we're not at war, and Russia's not at war, we're gonna try and get that. I guess we can capitulate out of this, though. Or actually, do we want Russia to win? We need we want Russia to win, so we're gonna actually help them out. Because they are sending us a bankroll. Is there a situation where you'd rather go professional army than national militia? I think if you have very, very few states, but that was kind of our starting condition, and it still kind of made sense for us to play like this, so it might just be the case that that's the new meta. But yeah, it's definitely limits your ability to have a large standing army. It certainly is a lot less clicking to be professional army, and also this entire thing just might be too cheesy. Like, we've gotten Austria for free, we've gotten Great Britain for free as subjects, and like that's just kind of bananas, man. And maybe we just don't want to play like this for too much. Like, maybe it's too crazy. You know, and we just, like, don't want to really play like that. I don't really know. And maybe we stopped yo-yo swaying specifically. But we do see a new boobs. Who is this? Who's that guy? Did you raid us, Soyuza? Ah, Soyuza with the raid. Big nice. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow, the amazing Flint. Yeah, so we're playing a little bit as Belgium. We're trying to form Mega Germany. We're trying to form the HRE. We've gotten Austria and the UK as subjects, and we have just split Germany's market in half to hopefully cause them to rev, so that we have reverse sway opportunities against them. We are improving relations with them, trying to get to a good spot, and hopefully we will be able to do that. Russia is currently bankrolling us, so we might get an opportunity to, from Russia, they have declared bankruptcy, they're having some significant problems, we might be able to reverse sway them as to being a subject, in which case, if we also get Germany as a subject, and then we form Central Europe, then that just kind of leaves France as the last GP, the last surviving GP. Of course, Bengal is a GP now, but maybe not for long. We'll see. National Militia is Belgium, lets you bonk Netherlands for free early unless people intervene. This is also true. We get a boop. Thank you, the amazing Flint, for the Prime subscription. Big nice. Thank you so very much. Switch from YouTube to Twitch so I can sub with Prime. Poggers. That's what the Twitch people say, right? For a long time, I didn't know what POG stood for. probably too long, like, hearing it without knowing what it was. I think maybe we start putting in some of this to start getting more mass migration attraction. We can maybe pull Russia into the market sometime soon. Which will kind of lock them at the very least at a major power. Which would be super nice for us. Super kawaii. Put the oil rigs on auto expand, but they're not really very productive at this point. How close are we? -3. Alright. POG stands for poggers. True. Can I pay you to never say poggers again? Why would you write that in a message if you never wanted me to say it again? Because by my reading the message out loud, it forces me to say it. No, you can't. We were just having a long discussion on free speech, so before the Raiders came in. Raiders changed the vibe. The vibe's now a little bit more poggers, a little bit less politics. The other PO word. It do be like that. I will accept 1 million USD to never say the forbidden word again. If someone donated 1 million USD for me to never say that word again, I would never say poggers. That would, or I would do my best to never say it again. Or maybe it'd become a bedroom-only word. Just lean over and whisper in her ear. Poggers. Really hoping... Well, we can end this conflict whenever we want, but we really need our Russia to win. So... Moscow's probably the capital here. Yeah, they are. Oh my god, are we losing? Jesus. Not like this. See what our ongoing Diplo actions are. Bankrolling these boyos. Can we pull them into the customs union? Brunswick, we definitely cannot. We really don't want these guys to go into Germany's customs union. That would be really bad, because then it would be all for naught. Let's take a look at Germany's GDP, actually. Yeah, baby. The war and then the market getting chopped off. Oh my. Poggers. At that point, it's a naughty word, right? Alright. Just gonna look to push them a little bit in places that we have incorporated. South Sumatra. We don't get South Sumatra too often in runs. This is a little bit of a rare kind of occurrence for us here. But we do have South Sumatra. Oh, time to turn on some of the electricity PMs, I think. Right? I guess we kind of got them in the places we built electricity. The last bastion of electricity PMs to turn on here, though, is electric fences. Yeah, I think we're gonna get this eventually here. Oh, maybe not. Jesus, why do we have no offense? What's going on here? Is it because we're borrowing a bunch of troops that are terrible? Oh my god. We'll send in the army sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends as well. Not like this. Okay, Russia's gonna enforce on them anyways. Because I forget that they need to take the capital, Russia doesn't need to take the capital. So in which case we should have capitulated out. So now we're going to be in an awkward spot where we're not accruing infamy for, or not deteriorating infamy. How do we have such a high standard of living? I mean, I do think we want to start swapping on to more labor-saving PMs too, but... Swap them all to water tube, all to rotary, all to rotary. Which that will push up SOL, but we didn't even have all the labor-saving PMs turned on. I'm guessing you have labor-saving PMs in all the agricultural stuff? No, we don't. Not in all of it. In some of the places, we're actually intentionally, like, not using it, because they have, like, a lot of... There's a lot of peasants or unemployed there anyways. And so it's not the best to, like, mess with it. French Republic is a major power, so they haven't been decayed down into being a minor yet. So... Now we're starting to get more money than we want, again. Yeah, the problem is all the places we want to add construction just don't have labor. I mean, maybe we just say if we build it, they will come, but... I think we'll be able to make use of some of this. There's a lot of available labor there. We could probably reverse sway for something really substantive off of them. Let's make sure our home conscripts are kind of got as much of this as we can. I don't think that we've been putting the home conscripts into these guys. I don't think it matters too much at this point anyways. And then let's get all of our Florida men up and going. I understand how using labor-saving PMs pushes up SOL, since laborers generally have bad SOL, but aren't they just unemployed instead? Yeah, but then they could switch to doing other jobs in other available employment and, like, upgrade to, like, engineers and stuff. And the SOL of a laborer is generally not significantly lower than, like, a peasant, so they'll also just go into being a peasant. Or it's often, like, roughly the same, so... I mean, we can take a look. I think we have peasants here. No, we don't have peasants here. Do we have peasants here? We have peasants here. So let's take a look at, So we see our laborers are middling 15.5. And let's find some peasants. Peasants 14.7. So when they get turned into peasants, it's really not too big a deal. But it's mainly that they can now become shopkeepers or engineers instead, or machinists, and upgrading from a laborer to being a machinist is a pretty big deal. But yeah, I mean, if they're unemployed, it lowers SOL, but we're not, like, really unemploying people. And if they're unemployed, they also just migrate and stuff, and so they start coming to the places where we don't have any available labor, where we're, like, where we're needing more people to employ up, even though the balance is positive. I'd actually switch this to prioritize class, but... French Senegal. Oh, baby. Don't you mean Dutch Senegal? What's even the war goal here? Sokoto. We definitely want to be able to utilize some of our infamy, so... It's a little bit gratuitous, but I think it'll be fine. Is publicly traded better than privately owned? Yes. But it's like, it's a bunch of little things it does. It's like not any one huge effect. Especially because the ownership in, like, I used to think it was a really big effect in, like, the rural stuff, but the ownership in the rural stuff is also split amongst the farmers, and so since we have farmers in here too, we have 1,200 farmers, the fact that we're adding in an additional capitalist, it's going to be split between the capitalists and the aristocrats, but It raises SOL, it raises literacy, when you add the capitalists, it raises SOL and literacy are kind of the bigger ones. It also makes the buildings employ up a little bit more intelligently. I think that when you're super running out of labor, you probably prefer privately owned, though. Are you pushing up the price of iron, coal, and wood without expanding construction? We are expanding construction. Our construction is disgusting. What's the cause behind this is us still running a positive balance, is the fact that we're getting huge bankrolls from, let's see, Russia of 500,000 here. Or I guess just Russia. We're no longer getting the bankroll from the UK, that's right, because we subjugated them. So we are constructing quite a bit. I mean, it's 1890 and we started as Belgium. Although we should be constructing a little bit more since we're making money. But we are re-injecting super hard. We're getting 700k in total through Diplo packs. Yeah, construction also like pushes up the other stuff, so. Alright, if this gets to 0, we're actually just gonna see our way out of both of these wars. We're gonna take a look and see if we have an agitator here that has something we like. We don't, unfortunate. Looking for either literary or, in this case, cautious. If we had a cautious leader, it gives us minus 20% on being able to pull people into the market. Plastics is such a nice one for us. I think we could swap everything to plastics, but we have to do it piecemeal because our oil places, I think, are not employed up. So we're going to start here in Wallonia, which is going to be the biggest chunk, and so we're going to swap on a house for plastics, which causes an instant shortage here. But we also have to select now what we're going to do. I think we're going to go steam turbine and try and make electricity great again. We'll take us a little hot minute. Russia doesn't really need our help anymore, but we have to enforce in this one, and we do. Oh, we enforce in the Russia one. Okay, cool. So now we are at a point where we can declare war. Recently had a game where you couldn't afford any more construction. Your construction goods were all 0% or under. I was kind of stuck. You can export them too. Yeah, often you want to export wood in the early game to drive up the price so you can just build more wood because it's really, really like efficient on a per construction basis. So like, just because you're buying something with your construction goods doesn't mean you shouldn't export it, because the overall increasing in like size of your economy is like worth it. It depends like kind of a little bit what phase in the game you're in, but you can definitely play that way. Well, first of all, let's see if we can pull anyone into our customs union. I'm guessing we can't. But we don't even have enough Diplo available for this. So why don't we stop bankrolling you? And then now we would have enough Diplo available to do some stuff, but it doesn't look like we can pull anyone in. Okay, fair enough. Oh, France is not a GP. Oop. But we definitely want to yo-yo sway onto France. We don't care if Benin hates us, so we're not going to like save or check anything. But Diplopax, Customs Union, Transfer Subject. We could get French Senegal. Could get a lot of different states here. Probably pulling them into our Customs Union's best, because we could siphon off POPs. French Senegal also a little bit kind of into that. What do they even want from Benin here? Conquer? Okay. I mean, I'm kind of into taking French Senegal, but is this just wildly not worth it? I mean, that's some stuff. This also probably has a lot of pop. If we eventually get France as a subject anyways, though, Well, there's no shot we get France as a subject while they're still a major power, so maybe we have to get another wave of bankroll. Because we can't take a bankroll from them when they're a major power instead of a great power, so why don't we just ask for transfer subjects and ask for transfers French Senegal? With the hopes that they actually become a GP again. And once they become a GP again, then we can look to brutalize them, I suppose. We can absolve the obligation here. Now they can join plays against us. Oh no. You wish your labor-saving PM would give throughput rather than eliminating employment? I mean, they're similar effects, but when it eliminates employment, it's also doing something different than just, like, giving you throughput. Because it's increasing the average wage. It's increasing the wage multiplier, because labor-saving PMs almost always get rid of laborers, which have a wage multiplier of 1. Whereas, like, what is it? I think machinists have a wage multiplier of 1.5, and then engineers have, like, 2.5. Or it looks like engineers have 3. They will always have an exact ratio of each other's wages, so engineers exactly 3 times a laborer's, so their base multiplier is 3, and these guys are 1.5. And so it increases the wage multiplier, which is going to have, like, political ramifications for your country. Victoria 3 is on sale. It do be on sale. It's on sale for, like, a lot. So, like, even if you weren't going to play Victoria 3, but you were planning on getting the DLC and waiting to then, like, now is a reasonable time to do that. If no war goals are put in on us, we're just going to capitulate out of this immediately as well. We don't really need to help France out. France is also more than able to do this themselves. Take on Russia's debt. We already have an obligation, though. I don't think we want to take on their debt. We're causing their debt. Oh, but we do need to declare... Yeah, we need to do our own thing. Whoops. We don't need to reduce their autonomy more. They accept, so we'll do that. I think they'll accept too, so we'll do that. Siam will also do. If they accept, they do not accept. That's not enough infamy. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to try and subjugate... We're going to save, just in case these guys rev and some weird stuff happens. But I think we're going to try and subjugate Saxony here. Or maybe we subjugate Hanover. A little bit better. Wait, why can't we... Oh, that's right, we have a truce with them. Okay, so... What can we do that costs infamy that's going to be useful? Well, we could annex our subjects too. That's allowed. Burma will be 10 infamy. That's a nice chunk. Chile is probably going to be... They're not done colonizing, so we're going to leave them on the table. Ooh, Mexico annexation. Mexico annexation is expensive as hell, though. I don't know if it's getting cheaper, though. Let's check their pop. If their pop's going down, then it's getting cheaper. Their pop's kind of flat. We're getting a lot more migration attraction. Their population's going to be going up. Let's just annex these boys. They're going to refuse the demands. They're going to refuse the call of the wild. I think we're going to send these boys over to deal with them, as well as our small navy. Of course, they're all kind of big. And that'll be quite nice for us. And then now we have infamy decaying, so we can do what we want. Yep. Alright, this feels so good. I would just wish we had a literary guy that we could get. It's like kind of the only thing. And we've tried recruiting a lot of generals, but for whatever reason this mod like really doesn't allow generals to come from ideologies that easily. Like, all these guys are just bureaucratic interests, so I don't know if it's bugged, but I kind of want to change the generals. But I don't want elected officers, so I think maybe even purchase commissions would be better. But we want politicized officers. Should actually give the bureaucrats more political strength, but... By the way, work time regulations does have an effect on the institution. It's just hidden in the law because of bug. What does it do? Could you let me know? Because I think we would institute it. What do you think of the adding labor-saving PM that would use services to solve the urban center late game unprofitability problem? I'm not sure that that's the way you... I think maybe you want to solve the problem a different way. Or also them being unprofitable is maybe just a natural thing. Because it's just like the building's getting overbuilt. And maybe that's not too big a problem. I don't know. Lindy and Tanganyika are eventually going to be really nice states. I don't think... Yeah, we're not... Neither of them have been incorporated. Is Masai... Wait, is Masai? What is this? This doesn't happen normally. Interesting. Alright, we can't establish any new colonies. Yeah, obligate. Yeah, the qualifications are really a problem. So why don't we take a look what stuff has iron, and if it has iron, we'll incorporate it. These we can't incorporate because we're working on. Kazembe, we're gonna double check. Tanganyika. Alright. It's good enough. Incorporate some of these bad boys. Are you multiculturalism? Yes. Do you feel the game has come a long way since release? Yes. How do we get Britain as a subject? We were first extremely handsome. It's very important you do this in order. You have to be very handsome and then be very good at the game. No, what we did is we solicited, we yo-yo swayed to get a bankroll from them, and then once we had a bankroll, this collapsed them down quite a lot in prestige, and then they had a rev, and the rev was a minor power, so we could yo-yo sway to the rev to allow the rev to become our protectorate, and that's how we did that. So the step one is to get a bankroll, then you collapse them into being really small. Like Russia's collapsed down to a minor power, so if Russia has a play, we would be able to subjugate them for free in that play. We could also just declare to protectorate them, but that would be a lot of infamy, so we don't want to do that. But it was abandoned today. A long way, yes, but if it was abandoned today, not far that I'd play it in the future. Yeah, if there was zero development for the game, I'm not sure. I think the ongoing development is an important characteristic of what's going on, yeah. I would agree with that. Where do we have the most pops that are available, to be honest? That have qualifications. La Paz. La Paz has a lot of pops. Alright, so we'll find something to build in La Paz that makes sense. La Paz always gets a lot of pops because they have a... So we'll add 4, then we'll add 5 behind. So we'll have a ton of infra, and then we'll just, like, blast that up all the way. I don't think they're on auto-expand. We don't need to put them on auto-expand if they're going to get all the way up there. But I think we want this on auto-expand. I think we're going to add to it. And we're going to make sure that this is on... Yeah, it is on prioritization for that. We can auto-expand this too, maybe. We have rubber and oil here. The oil's starting to come on up, so maybe we just add... Maybe we just fully expand out the oil too. And that'll be a nice little thing. Can you explain Big Bengal, my generalist? Yeah, so I believe that if they get an event that allows them to break up or choose a whole bunch of turmoil, they will, I think, almost always choose, but not literally always, choose the turmoil event. But if you have pan-nationalism researched, which I'm assuming they did when they got released, if they have pan-nationalism research, what ends up happening is they have an option to stay as Bengal instead, and I'm thinking that they chose that option. And so we're left with Bengal. When we subjugated the UK, they got spat out, and so now we have Bengal. I was going to point out the habit of Paradox, which was to release unfinished games and milk them for eternity. I don't think that's a fair characterization of what Paradox does. I don't think it's entirely unfair, but I think that they are creating games that are way too grand to scale to like have them be complete on release in terms of their funding, and they need ongoing development, especially because it's not a big box game. Like, not a lot of people play these games, and so in order to actually properly finance, I think this is kind of the way that they need to do it. You could get Uluru as a subject. Where's the revolts? After that, I think they get merged with New South Wales by the event chain, so maybe we want this, yeah, okay. And then we'll move the East Asian army over. Professional officers law, that makes sense if you only spawn professional interest pop generals. Might be worth changing for that. That's probably what we're doing. The problem is elected officers sucks balls. We don't like having minus 15% offense. And increased home offense, increased morale recovery, minus advancement speed. Maybe we just do it though. I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. Increases productivity, I'm not sure how much. I mean, we could pass this. This doesn't give us a negative effect. Token time regulations. We'll see what it is. You piggyback the open war to get Beijing, but the entire game I never got a single Han cultural community outside of Indonesia for some reason. That is weird. Helping to promote outside of Indonesia. Well, I mean, where it spawns is kind of a little bit random, but you can, if you're encouraging migration in a specific spot, it makes it more likely to spawn a cultural community center, so that's, yeah. How the hell is Russia minor power? Well, first you're really handsome at the game, then you're really good at the game, and then you get them to pay you a bankroll, and when they're paying you a bankroll, it collapses them, and they have to declare bankruptcy. And when they declare bankruptcy, their prestige gets tanked into oblivion. So yeah, this is the way. Let's check Germany, how Germany's GDP is holding up. It's not. It's just been cut in half by our little, cutting through them. Really satisfied with how that's shaking out. Because we do need to get Germany. And then I think our war with Burma started, right? No, not yet. Soon, my friends. That's a good take, to be honest. So this is probably a dumb question, but when you're done colonizing, do you downsize your colonial affairs institution to 0, or do you just remove the law? We downsize it. We want the migration attraction on these states. We want the migration attraction to be a little bit higher so that the pops don't just all leave. It's a long process to get them all employed, but you want someone to be able to exploit the resources there. And the institution we're using is resettlement now, which I think is better now, which allows you to really siphon off pops to your incorporated territories for mass migrations, which are a lot stronger, and then resettle them. I think this is the way. Not super 100% sure or anything, but the British Republic is having trouble. Oh no. It's time to just get more free stuff from them. I think we're gonna still keep looking just to kind of take their stuff, more so than like actually transfer subjects. I guess of all the subjects, True Shield States makes the most sense, but as long as they have more subjects, they're going to get more revs, and so we can look for more transfer subjects. And so we can just take more stuff, more and more and more and more. I think we go for British Guinea here. Just to fix up our borders. It's definitely not the best place to take, but When I play this game, I often forget to be very handsome. It's really important. Most people forget that step. That's really one of the most essential steps, though. I try this next time by wearing a suit or something. Thanks for the tip. 100% it works. Actually, you probably would play better wearing a suit. It's like, does being a knight make you a better fighter? Yes. Does making a man a knight? Yes, it does. That's how that works, my friend. You may be under some sort of impression that being handsome does not make you better at the game, but it in fact does. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you on Unifies Germany. Basically 100% how that worked. How that rolled out. We can do this in reverse, baby. We need to form Central Europe, so we're gonna need to get those guys as subjects, but that'll be fine. So let's see if we can get this. We can't get this side. We're already involved in plays, so we'll just get this side for free. By the way, the reason they're willing to accept all of this, for those of you who haven't been watching for a while, is because we have this massive conscript army. And the AI makes evaluations based on how much conscripts, or what your military power is, and they evaluate your military power, including your assigned conscripts. But if the conscripts are not assigned, it doesn't consider this as part of powers. So this additional unit in Lourenco Marks doesn't count. Now it counts. And so what you do is you just go, I think that this is the new meta. You just go National Militia every time, and you just like, you have this huge like 1,000 stack stick that you just like never use. Sometimes you use it, but not very often. It does make it so you can't have a large standing army, which is a little bit obnoxious in some spots. But it lets you do stuff like get Portugal for free here, which is, by the way, how we're getting most countries. That's how we're dealing with things. We're getting them for free. Italy sides with Portugal. Well, that's unfortunate. Was this trade agreement? Yeah. Whatever. Doesn't really matter, Italy. Doesn't really matter. We don't care, okay? We don't even care. We care a little bit. It's kind of annoying. The truth hurts. I think that the 65 units is going to be more than Italy commits, though. And we'll move our 100 stack over there to deal with any Italian army, and maybe do a cheeky landing ourselves. 0.01, 0.02, 0.04 standard living per 2.22% productivity level. Is that in reference to the law we're passing to try and get token time regulations? It just increases SOL. Maybe we'll pass it just to take a look, but I think that maybe that's not worth it. I don't really know. Yeah, we got it. Lol. What's the Florida of Belgium? Well, I heard someone in chat earlier was insisting that Belgium is the Florida of the Netherlands. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know the beef between Belgium and Netherlands very well, but people always make assertions like that in chat, and I always think it's funny. But I do not know what the Florida of Belgium is. Oh, this is also unwinnable. Can't win, won't win. Maybe win, actually. It's probably not important enough for us to try and win this. This is probably going to go for you. Oh, look at our SOL. It's big. We are, by the way, not full communist. We're still laissez-faire. Speaking of, I think after we go for some of this electricity business, maybe we push ahead for the last company and then we can actually switch to being communist. Race car, big, nice. Jaffa. It's probably not worse than being our subject, to be honest. Alright, so Koto's pushing into us. I think we just capitulate our way out of this, because we don't want that devastation. And we already got Dutch Senegal, of course. Everyone remembers Dutch Senegal. We are starting to get a little bit slower, so we're gonna upgrade the speed and take a look at the trade routes. We'll delete some of these. A lot of glass imports we can probably get rid of now, huh? So let's do that. German Empire is having some problems of great significance. Waiting for them to rev. We'll see if they do, though. Because of this. If they pull someone in the market, that's going to be real bad for us, but it is what it is. Ah, please update. Or do we not have enough? We don't have enough juice. Who can we rival? Oh, we can rival Scandi? I thought we were rivaling Scandi. We don't want to owe anyone a customs union. Or an obligation for the customs union, but this will be fine. Does Spain hate our guts? No, they don't. Are they a minor power? No, they're not. But we could probably yo-yo sway him here. Except we're involved in so many plays already. So we can't. Queensland's probably the capital there. Adwa we're just going to have to capitulate out of if they can't manage to win that. If they win it and occupy them, then good on them. I suppose we could bankroll them, but I don't think that's going to do too much. And we'll probably just forget to remove the bankroll, but I think we can bankroll them instead of improving relations, rake back a little bit of this Diplo. I'm Dutch and I have a couple of friends in Flanders. So Belgium is the equivalent. I think we send this 15 stack maybe over here to deal with this. Maybe we don't need that big a stack over there to deal with it. Yeah, okay. To convince myself, we could use this smaller stack. Can now sway into here. Can't get anything too crazy. I don't think we're gonna finish wars in time. I think we definitely want to see the Portugal war out, so I think we just take our obligation and run. Oh, but we could get Cuba for free. I don't know if Cuba's worth it. I think we'll just take the Spanish obligation. I think there's a good chance Spanish becomes a GP and then we could get a bankroll from them. And that this play pattern's a little bit better for us. I'm gonna get these things on auto expand. This landing in our Flanders. Alright, we will. I don't think their navy beats our navy. I'm gonna try landing
the 15 stack actually just here, and then in the next spot, and then returning home. Unfortunately, they're at battle. Damn. Terrible. Okay, where are you? You're preparing a naval invasion. Where are you? You guys are still pushing there. Alright, fair. Well, we have a huge shortage of silk. That's not ideal. They are southern neighbors and we have friendly beef as brothers. We make fun of them, they make fun of us. Yeah. The European beefs have chilled out a lot in the last 100 years. It's probably... chilled out is probably... it's certainly a word you could use. It's probably not the word to use. We all speak Dutch, but Belgian is just a dialect. I love them like your little brother. They can be a bit, you know, yeah. Fun but unthoughtful. Whoa, that's kind of a big navy, don't you think? That's kind of a big land-end, don't you think? Are we losing that? No, we're not even losing it. Let's go, baby. Get that out of here. Get out of here. Bella poke is completed. Fantastic. Oh, keeping this queue running feels so rough, and it I feel like it shouldn't feel this rough at this phase in the game. Antofagasta might have a problem. They chronically have a problem. Oh, okay, they don't have a... Here, we'll incorporate them. Or the reason we didn't incorporate them is so they could get the 50% migration attraction. I remember now. Antofagasta is such an awkward state because it only has 10 arable land, so it gets very little migration attraction, but it has really good resources, but you can't get people in here to use the resources. It's really obnoxious. But yeah, so we'll just leave it as is for the 50% migration attraction because it can't get a mass migration anyway. So awkward. We've really now gotten everything that there is to kind of get from them. So we're going to continue to decrease this institution a little bit. And Home Affairs is now eligible to be increased for more conscription rate. That's more Florida men, so we'll actually decrease it all the way here. Europeans are friendly until they aren't, basically. Hey Paul, how's it going? How you doing? How you be? Ooh, I think we'll incorporate Burma. Yeah, it's got some resources. There we go. That should be pretty good. I think our naval landing just gets in super easy once the guys get there. Looks like we're still able to resist here, so no need to make adjustments. The adjustment we would make is we'd just bring the Navy up there and then they can't land us. Because there's 0% chance they get through that Navy. We take out our Uluru. So that'll be nice for us. We'll probably go maybe another 10 minutes, something like this. Made a lot of progress this episode, getting the UK as a subject and cutting Germany. Still kind of waiting for them to have a rev here. We think that they do have one, but in any case, their GDP has been cut in half by this. So, and we're approaching $500 million. So we could actually think about trying to go Council Republic sometime soon. It would mean the end of our customs union, but honestly our customs union is really not that big. We don't really have much of a customs union. I mean, we have Ottomans in it, which is really nice, and Persia, which is also really nice, but that's kind of it. I suppose we could get Spain in some circumstances, and we could get France in some circumstances, but we actually want them to become GPs so that we can shake them down for obligation and then maybe subjugate them. So maybe it's gonna be time after these token time regulations to pass like the full Council Republic. British Republic, of course, will give us stuff for free. We could yo-yo sway for a lot more, but we go for Inner Mauritania here. Or let's see what transfer subjects we can get. We were thinking of taking Trucial states earlier, but I think we just take. Maybe we just run down the list and start just taking stuff. God, it's so awkward. British East Africa is like just getting wrecked here. I think Timbuktu gets gold. I think Malta would give us actually a interest in Italy, like a native interest. Maybe we just want Malta. I don't know. Maybe we don't even want to take care of it because we want to be able to declare our own play. Actually, that might have actually been the solution. Whoa. We're gonna send the Florida men over. I don't think we'll have to mobilize them, but we're actually getting pushed out here. Maybe we do. So Uluru's now a protectorate. Which means, I think that the UK, even as our subject, can merge Uluru and the other ones. But yeah, maybe we should just let them handle their own war. Yeah. Don't mention the Balkans. If you know why, you know. Always make me fail. Find European state on map quizzes, also wars. Hey Master Sam, how's it going? How's the walk? How was the grass? Was it touched? This guy is literary, but I don't think there's gonna be a way that we can make the anarchists the biggest guys in power. Unless we just do something like this, but this is bananas, right? It's just well, I mean, we would get literary on our boy. So we'd swap out the literary guy for him. This guy, this gentleman. The literary hedonist. He reads too many books and he doesn't care. Too much well wars, like that Italian tone where they stole the same thing and threw it in the ground and fought over this stuff. If they spoke English, they could make funny well joke. Well wars. Well, well, well. Alright, what's the penalty? I mean, it was mainly like target rigidity, oppo approval, and like, I don't think that this is too crazy. Can't really get the liberals in too easy. Definitely not the conserves. Chronic obstructionism, legislative ability 74. We would get minus approval, but we would be able to get our boy in. I think it's worth. Oh, does that make us fail token time regulations? What do you mean we can't pass the law? What do you mean you can't pass the law? Yeah, I understand. Need to do this to actually reset the guy. So now we have the literary guy. Better politics, nice. It is better politics. Better politics mod. Paradoxing LP, thank you for this. The follow, big nice. Much appreciated. So this is gonna make some people unhappy. Unfortunately, we lose our ability to progress this law. Okay, but they didn't say can't pass laws in here. What's going on here? Do we just have so much you can't pass juice that you can't? We can't? Let's take a look at our progression here. Is it just progressing and it's lying? Okay, so the pause is a lie. It's just visually lying. Isn't that the guy we just promoted? We don't want to exile him. 74,000, let's give him some popularity. Yeah. That's probably not worth it. Who owes us an obligation? Uruguay. Okay, I think we'll just absolve it. I don't think that's going to be too useful for us. They are a subject, right? Yep, they are. Pay for the psychoanalysis. It was green and fresh, but guess what I found? I found some cool mods in your native language. Brazilian Portuguese, Cold War mod, and the Victorian century. Very nice. I do like me... We gotta maybe take a... Someone was suggesting we take a closer look at Cold War era. Maybe we'll do that at some point. I think Cold War era is being updated more frequently than Cold War Project. I think Cold War Project, they wanted to wait for 1.7 and then 1.7 got delayed. I think that was the case with a lot of modders, though. This is bugged because we're not actually illegitimate. Oh, I understand. It's doing it based on vanilla, where this is an illegitimate level. Got it. That makes so much more sense now that I think about it. The UI is doing it based on vanilla, but like the mechanics are not based on vanilla. We'll just add a bunch of Wallonia here, and a couple extras there. So here, now that you're a GP, we might be able to get a bankroll from you. And with that bankroll, squeeze you until you become like Russia. Yeah. Current GPs are Germany, USA, France, and Italy. We don't care about also... Here, let's kind of clean this up. We're going to capitulate out of this. There's no war goal on us. But the native uprising specifically, we don't care if we lose. I guess we kind of do care about the Australia one. Perfect. How we drew it up, boys. It's Jover for France. Oh, we even get a reset on our attitude with Germany because Germany joins France too. Let's go. They're not going to be antagonistic like after a couple ticks. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This is so good. I don't think they're going to be willing to transfer us any states, huh? I don't think we're going to yo-yo sway here. But we could side with these guys just to take Bahia, I think, as a subject. Just Bahia by itself. Jesus. Is it just Bahia? It is just Bahia. I mean, if it's free, it's for me, huh? Hopefully Brazil just backs down, but I don't think they do. And then we can't swap to the other side because reasons. See, our standing army is just a little bit too small for dealing with this, to be honest. It's kind of a little bit annoying. Suppose we could expand the size of it. Where do we have all the peasants? Burma, that's fair. Oh, we can make a Burmese army. And there's probably... yeah, okay. Let's find the Burmese. That's not them. It's probably all from Burma. Karen, Kachin. Let's delete the Lancer down. Let's also upgrade all units. And then there's skirmish infantry. We have trench. But let's get them up to like a respectable size stack. So that'll be 13, 15. Eastern New Guinea, sure. Western New Guinea, sure. Dutch Chad, sure. So there'll be a 30 stack eventually. It's gonna take a hot minute. We'll do that. That'll like negatively affect SOL less. I think we're gonna do Farce March on them because they are out of that HQ over there. And this. Something like this, maybe? Do they have a mod for Vic 3 that plays the original where you have to research Lancer? Even Matchlock to unlock? I don't know. Did we somehow won that? What the hell? I don't know how that works. Bro, this Portugal color is throwing me off. It's time to make it orange. So we need to resolve this before the wars pop off. God, we're never getting this done in time, huh? These guys have to decay uber fast. We don't care about standing down to this. I guess once we have the bankroll, we'll have it. So the race against time is going to be for the Brazilian one. What are the odds they just back down? Basically, yeah, they're not going to. The Civil War and Native Uprising modifier is too strong. Too much to overcome. Are these guys starting to go down and pop yet? Kind of. Let's try landing in the capital here. We'll get ready to, I guess. For now, let's send him here instead. Has your HRE gotten France yet? Wait, what? Because I'm off that train I was on before, on the border with Spain. Soon flee from your grasp again if you did. Wait, what? Has your HRE gotten France yet? Because I'm off that train I was on before. Oh, a real train, not like a pain train. On the border with Spain, as soon as you flee from your grasp again if you did. So you're around here? Big nice. How's the weather? They are away from the HRE border. The HRE soon's going to be materialized. We're just waiting on the German Empire to collapse. Or give us an opportunity to get a bankroll from them. We have, oh, they're rivaling us? We could actually make the rivalry ineligible by absolving the obligation, ticking them up to a high enough relation point. I guess we're not quite where absolving it will do it. I think they have to be over +20, but once we get there, we can. We're going to declare neutrality. We don't care about theory. We don't actually want them as a subject, even if they wanted to become the subject, so. And we're not going to get our own war declared in time here. USA owes us an obligation it's going to absolve. We're just going to absolve it so we don't forget to do it. Which they're probably going to deck on us for Mexico sometime soon then. Which is a little bit annoying. I think we can use these guys to land now. In Rio. Enforce a little bit faster here. Bit rainy, but pretty good overall. Very nice. My brother, like, studied abroad in Spain. He said he liked it. Liked the ham. The jamón ibérico. But this is so interesting that it, like, forces them to be whatever's. I think we might go communist. The thing is it makes people's attitude towards you, like, pretty negative. In some spots, we could go command economy even. That's no good. But maybe we leave that for next time, though. But now we can see what the modifier of the institution is going to give us, right? Because someone said it was going to. Plus standard of living. Okay, 0.05. That's kind of nice. Standard of living is going to go up every place where we have an institution. Why do you hate your own country so much? We sind von Deutsche Blood. Wir sind von... I don't know what sind means. I know a little bit of German, not a lot of German. A little bit, not a lot of it. Are we bankrolling each of them? Let's make sure we are. And then we'll stop bankrolling Edouard. We fine. I'm always just like one more turn with this game. Like when a good run is going. This run's going so nice. Like bros. We're so back. Look at this income. Look at how much France is gonna get wrecked by this. They're paying us $500,000. Yeah, I mean, like, this bankroll business just probably is what the real problem is here. Like, if I have to put my finger on the problem, I mean, the bankroll combined with the yo-yo swing and the reverse swing type stuff is just like a lot to overcome. We're not gonna mobilize, I don't think, here. I think we send these guys over here. Actually, we're barely winning this, huh? Let's just make sure we don't lose this to ground. So we're just gonna mobilize this army. And then rapidly, like, have a way bigger army than them. God, this is taking forever. Is it because we didn't take that? Is that like their capital? Please tell me their capital's not there. It's there. I feel dumb now. We weren't sitting on their capital, so that's why it's taking forever. Sind is R. We sind von. We are German blood. I am a quarter German. But. I want to unify Europe. I have a grand dream of using Germany to unify Europe. All under one nation. To be fair, we also want to get, probably... Switzerland in here too. But I will realize my dream. The grandfather of our current king, Wilhelm von Dutch, was Dutch. Oh, of the Belgium king? Current grandfather of the current Belgium king was German. Deutsch. Cautious, boyo. We like those. We're having such a hard time keeping this queue going. Yeah, I mean, we could build a lot here, which is kind of a lazy solution, but... Because it's not efficient on the construction, but it's, like, overall not that big a deal. The real problem is we don't have qualifications in place as we have labor. So we're building stuff up and they can't deploy anyways, but Burma's a notable exception. We do have qualifications in Burma, so that's why we blasted this, but once this is done, we won't have qualifications in Burma. That'll be an end of qualifications in Burma. You know what I mean? So... I think we're also just gonna max this stuff out, the opium, so nothing else can get built over it instead. We do like the opium. If we think we have to raw dog annex Confederation of the Rhine, then we do want to reduce their autonomy before merging them with the likes of Hanover and Saxony. I suppose we don't have to make that choice yet. Sun rises in the east, water is wet. Germany wants to unify Europe under one nation, basically. Mustache Man again. Yeah, we don't mention his name. He who must not be named. It's banned on the Discord. So, but, like, the Nazi Party is a party that you can get in game, but Mustache Man's name is banned on the official Discord. Can't talk about Mustache Man. I mean, they just don't want to deal with the headache, I understand. I'm not suggesting that it shouldn't be banned, I'm just... It's kind of funny. These guys are paying us an obligation. They're soon not going to become a great power, or they're paying us a whatever. But we could probably yo-yo sway this upcoming war here. 500,000. Just us being normal, you know, good guy Belgium. That's actually kind of Belgium's MO. No one thinks Belgium did anything wrong. They forgot about the Congo. Belgium's just a friendly neighborhood Belgium. We don't talk about the Congo. Is that another war with... Didn't you just fight these guys? Oh, it's a Rev. Yeah, that makes sense. Never mind. Take it all back. You want to give up on this, Brazil? Please? Surely you want to give up on it. I know these guys do. We're just gonna declare neutrality in the like nonsense thing that's South Australia. I think, yeah, because we want to yo-yo sway France either way, so. Germany is a product of German unification by Prussia, yeah, and then we came to that by unifying other small German states. There's been a lot of unifying. There has. I agree with your evaluation. Fun fact, Luxembourg and Netherlands and Hohenheim, Westfalen is like the same house. It's just all, it's like the four corners in the USA. There's like a national park or a place you can go in the USA that's right here. And you can stand on this like little metal dial thing and be in all four states here simultaneously. There's nothing else interesting in this point. It's just like desert and nothingness. But you can come here and you can stand in all four states at once. At once. Can you just give it up, Brazil, so we can yo-yo sway France? Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. No, not occupy. Not like this. We probably don't need this massive stack anymore. Yeah, let's... Well, I mean, we might as well use it. It's like right there. Just finish the occupation. Long distant cousin. Sweet. Sweet home Alabama. We have some labor here, so let's do that. It's also going to give them some infra, and it's going to keep our construction queue going, kind of. Kind of. Alright, we'll just give the British the claim on Namac land. Super doesn't matter who owns it between the two of us. We super don't care. We super want this to be over, but us to... Oh, we accept this peace deal. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, cool. Let's reduce some autonomies. We could reduce the British Republic's autonomy. We'll do Portugal though. That's British. Siam doesn't accept automatically. Kinda don't want to go after the Dutch East Indies here. Siam's kinda ugly with what's going on though. The question is do we want our next war to be on Siam, like our active war? We don't know, but we have to reverse sway here first. So right now, they're only willing to give us an obligation. Let's maximize the threateningness of our army first. Okay, I think that we just have those 3 provinces that assigned to us, so... Maximize the Florida men. Every Crusader Kings player knows incest is wincest, basically. They say incest is a bit of an affinity for a Crusader Kings player. It's really, they really come into their own. The big difference between peaceful unification and another kind, though. 4 corners, my goat. There's always a referendum you can falsify. God, we're almost done with all this colonizing, too. I think we're already decreasing it to the minimum institution anyway, though. Okay, we're maximally threatening here. You can get Tahiti or Mascara. I don't think we want either of those. We could get French Ireland, French Gabon. Those would be nice for getting rid of Bordeaux. Guyana is going to be better. Algiers would be interesting. Constantine would be better. They're not willing to give that up. They're not like super terrified, unfortunately. I think we're going to take Guyana here, which is going to allow us to complete the journal entry for Guyana in terms of expanding the rubber plantations all the way. But we'll also manually expand those. That'll be nice. The French will, of course, love us for what we've done. They're like, good on us. The problem is the yo-yo sway is like threatening someone. It should really make people mad at you. But it doesn't. And maybe we let them handle this rather than... Alright, so we're gonna reduce autonomy there. Actually, we could still declare a war, right? Okay, so maybe we want to annex something like Banjar. Or Dutch Senegal. I think Banjar is a nice annex here, though. Same with Sambas, they're both nice. Go after Sambas, because I think they have gold. Do they not? Yeah, they do have gold. Yeah, so... we'll go after them. We might just accept, though. If they accept, we'll go after Banjar. They do not. Cool. Cool. And also, annexing these little guys will help to keep guys in minor power realm, aka the Shadow Realm. We can invite Russia to our customs union using an obligation. I think we'll do that. Cursed. Looks like Ottomans have betrayed us. That's kind of annoying. But all the more reason for us to go commie, to be honest. Actually, well, now that we have Russia in the market, maybe we don't want to do that. The only problem is that them being in our market's going to help them out quite a bit. Their GDP should pull up, and this is actually kind of a bad thing. Because we want them to be a minor power. But then also we'll be able to siphon off migrants from them like a ton, and this will pull their GDP back down, so maybe it's a net kind of like wash. Since we're going to be involved in a bit of a play, I think that we come in here, we ask for transfer states. I guess we just start going for this stuff in our Mauritania now. Army sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends will come in here. And then we'll just capitulate out of this French one basically immediately. The French like flags, like with flags I hear, where they come into their own. To be like that. I think though, we don't have anything too crazy going on. I think that this is going to be our stopping point, but we will take a little bit of a look at what's going on here with us, which is that the Dutch market do be looking huge. If we look at kind of the world standings, we could look at the Dutch market. Let's see Paul Allen's market, 15 million. Qing market's still pretty big. Bengali market's also big. So maybe next episode we do something to try and break up Qing. The easiest way to break up Qing would be to take Xiaozhou and Guangxi. To separate Guangdong from them entirely. I don't think that... In terms of religion, yeah, they have no Protestants anymore, so they can't go Heavenly Kingdom, unfortunately, which would be like a really ideal, perfect run, but the run's pretty strong, it looks like. Fel Lior, thank you for the follow, big nice. So maybe this is something for our next time. Certainly, we hope Bengal revs. Maybe we could do something to also release someone, like, in the middle of central India here, and Adwa, or like if we could release someone who specifically controls central India, then we could maybe reunify our portions of our market, which would be nice, and also cause enough damage to Bengal that maybe we could look to decay them down, like we've done with Russia. Russia's primed to get subjugated. If they blink, we will subjugate them. Let's do this. We lost those interests because they stopped having an interest in those regions. I think we... Survey the Suez Isthmus here. Yeah, let's kind of take a look at us compared to other people too before we go. We really have opportunities to crank up prestige if we expand Navy a whole ton. So I think that's probably also what we'll be doing next episode, to start decaying people out from being major or great powers so that we can subjugate them. Standard of living is really high, and we're not even communist yet. We're probably going to go communist soon. Population also really high. Really, if we could get Bengal into the customs union, then we could siphon off the pops. Bengal, notably, this is important to emphasize, has migration controls, but they don't discriminate against all their pops. And so since they don't discriminate, this is absolutely massive if you can ever get them in the customs union. It's just like a huge, huge pop battery, which is definitely what we would want. We're improving relations because in order to be able to side on their side, you need to have good enough relations. And so if there's some sort of rev, maybe we can get them to pay us a bankroll, which is how we've been crippling GPs and getting them to be like Russia, where they're a minor power, is by squeezing the bankroll out, and then we subjugate them, like how we did with Great Britain. Like, look at Great Britain, they still have like 1k prestige over as a minor power. If they get it over 81, or sorry, if it's below 81, it decreases to insignificant. Dutch commies, yeah. Very keen on seeing next episode if Germany starts to implode as well. This is the main thing that we did this episode, which you see their GDP just collapses because we cut their market in half. We really got to avoid getting these guys, having these guys in a situation where they join the German market, because any one of these guys joining the German market means Germany gets regains access here. And it is the denial of this access that we are hoping causes enough of that, yeah. Exactly, that's what we're talking about, the turmoil. See this turmoil? We're hoping they rev off of this, and then we can side with the rev or whomever, or Germany, and get them all as a subject for freezies, good DLCs. So that's kind of what's slightly more to the left than usual. What? I'm not sure. What's the Hawaii journal entry? I don't know what this is, really. This might be part of one of the like subs or whatever, or the DLCs. Recent developments over Hawaii have left the government in potential to secure islands and bolster our influence in the region. If the Hawaiian government cannot maintain control, we may be forced to step in and secure the islands for ourselves. Yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know what this does, to be honest. I also don't pay too much attention to Hawaii and vanilla, so it could be some of that going on as well. It could be in vanilla. I don't 100% know. But I think we're going to look for someone to raid on Twitch, and we're probably going to link it to the YouTube. I've decided that rather than sending you guys off one at a time and then telling the other one that you're my favorite, we'll probably send you off at the same time, and we'll just look for someone on Twitch that we can link to in terms of someone who's playing. Let's see. Well, Cohen is live, and he's playing Hearts of Iron. That's the big multiplayer thing. Let's check the Victoria 3 lobbies, though, and see if we can find someone. Anti-colonial China. Oh, that seems good enough. By Byzantic. So, we're going to check out that. We're going to raid him. And we are going to provide the link. I don't know this guy's channel. We're going to raid him, though. He is playing Victoria 3. He is playing China. Someone was requesting China earlier. So we're going to do a little bit of a raid here for them. And then to the YouTubers, we will also provide you guys with the link in case you guys wanted to join the Twitch chatters in the raid. Although it's not a raid for you guys, it's just if you decide to go. But we're going to conclude here. You guys are both my favorite stream platform. And other than that, have a good day. Bye-bye now. I ended on YouTube first.